Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to the round 10 of Tata Steel Chess 2022. This is your host Sagar Shah, and apologies for my slight delay, but there were a few things that I had to take care of. First of all, a very nice day today for me because it's the Republic Day of India, and also it's the birthday of my mom. So I was very, very happy and excited for today. Also, we have a great matchup on the Republic Day. It is the game between Vidit Gujrathi and Praggnanandhaa that we are going to witness. This is the 10th round of the Tata Steel Chess 2022, and yeah, this is going to be very exciting. We have a few results which have already come, which is Magnus Carlsen has already drawn the game against Sergey Karjakin, and a very interesting update after that. I just want to first of all share with you the standings, and I want to wish everyone in the chat a very happy Republic Day, guys. How was your day? Um, And by the way, Magnus was leading the tournament 6.5 out of 9, but he's drawn his game, so he's now on 7 out of 9. Anish is still playing, Mamidiaro on 5.5, Vidit on 5.5. It's very clear for us which game we have to check right now. It is the game between Vidit and Praggnanandhaa, but also we will be looking at the game of Arjun Erigaisi, who's leading in the challengers section with 2 points. He's on 8 out of 9. Rinat is on 6 and Nguyen Thaidaiwan is on 6. So Ronak Banerjee says normal day tha so ke uthaun. Happy birthday, auntie. Everyone's wishing. So thank you so much for wishing my mother. And also, I think Magnus today spoke very about Arjun Erigaisi in his interview, and he said that it's not a surprise for him that Arjun is playing so well, which is very nice to hear. Also, I saw a tweet which I thought was very interesting. I don't know what are your thoughts about it. I want to go to chess, but I also wanted to just show you that because I thought it was very interesting. I don't know, like maybe it was just said in humor, but it was something. So here is Sergey Karjakin, and he tweeted, "Draw Magnus, hashtag draw Magnus, hashtag say no to 2900." And I found it a very interesting that he drew with Magnus because he wanted to stop 2900. Well, I think it's in humor, but still, people are thinking about it that whether Magnus can reach 2900 or not. Okay, let's get it rolling here. We will go to the game between Vidit Gujrathi, who is playing with the white pieces, against Praggnanandhaa, and there we have it on the board. 1d4 by Vidit. This is one of the main moves of Vidit, and he plays d4. In this, knight f6 by Pragg, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4. What is the name of this opening, guys? Can you tell me? Magnus versus Karjakin was very few games, maybe 15, 16 moves, not more than that. I think I'll have to check. Republic Day clash between two Indian champs. Exactly, Ninado. Prathamesh Polsane, thank you so much for your wishes. Rishabh Kutti, Dhruva Savarkar, Zishan Ali, Samar Verma. You are right. It Suraj Subraveti, Sarthak Kedia, Dushyantar. It is the Nimzo Indian defense. And if you now add d5 as well to it, then it becomes the Ragozin. So it's not the Ragozin. Rohit Reddy, thank you for your super chat. Everyone knows what the full form is. Queen c2, castles, a3, he took. And now Pragg played d5. He had already played this line against Mamedyarov. So it was very clear that Vidit would come well prepared for it, because Vidit generally comes well prepared for his games. And he tries to catch his opponent. So he went bishop to g5. c5 was played just like in the game with no, it was not Mamedyarov, sorry, it was played against Rapport. Praggnanandhaa Rapport. Rapport was white, Praggnanandhaa black. With it takes d4, and now queen went to f3. If you remember, I think Rapport had put his queen on g3. And also this queen f3 move is not 100% common. If you look here, this position I want to show you in ChessBase and Mega Database. If we see here, this position has been reached 139 times, and 58 times we have had queen g3, 49 times queen c2, and only 21 times this move. But Magnus Carlsen has played it against Aronian, and Vidit has played it against Surya Ganguly. This is interesting. At the Asian Continental in 2018. So also Praggnanandhaa would have prepared for it. Once you see that your opponent is playing something in a line, you would prepare for it. Let's see how the game continued. After queen f3, knight b d7 was played by Pragg. And Vidit played e3, which was also played in his game with Surya. h6 was also played. Bishop takes f6. Knight takes f6. And now long castle. This is all well known. e5 also very common. Knight e2 also theory. And now guys, bishop g4 was played in Carlsen versus Aronian, but here d3 was played, and this was Vidit versus Ganguly as well. So all prep, and I just wanted to see that until the move d3, what was the time on the clock for both these players. So let me just pull up this board here, and if you see, Vidit had 1 hour 40 minutes and Praggnanandhaa had 1 hour 35 minutes, which also goes to show that Praggnanandhaa likes to take his time whenever he's playing. Even though he's well prepared, he likes to just play it a little calmly. Now d3 pawn looks quite loose, right? But here you go knight c3, and now the point is you can't play e4 because the pawn is hanging. So bishop g4 was played here, and now Vidit took on d3. Again, all prep. The main point of this is that if you play bishop f3, I will take on d8. You take with, say, the f rook. I will play gf3, and in this resulting position, white seems to be doing completely fine. Even though he's an exchange down, he is having a pawn extra. He's going to play b4. Maybe the knight will use the d5 square, bishop e2. It looks very good compensation. So queen a5 was played. Again, has been seen in Vidit Ganguly. Queen g3. Queen takes c5 also in Vidit Ganguly. So they are following that game. And this is the new move here. Vidit had played e4 against Surya. But here he finds rook to d2. And this is based on Wolf Schneider versus Silva. And it is a correspondence game. Once again, guys, all the games do follow something that has happened in correspondence game. That is how the trend seems to be at the top level. So rook d2, and let's go back to our main board and try to understand the position. So here, as we said, if we were to play bishop f3, take, and gf3, you might ask me that, why does white have an advantage here, right? Because black seems to be exchange up, and I can go rook a c8 and I can attack here. The point is, after b4, let's say you go b6, trying to get this position, I go king c2. And the main issue here is that black does not have any weakness to attack. I'll go bishop e2. I'll put my rook somewhere on b1. I'll try for a4. I'll try to create a passer on this side of the board. You understand? So that is the reason why here white is better. The knight does not have any good squares to go to. It's quite a poor knight. And also king can come here, and I'll make use of my majority here, right? So that's the reason why he couldn't play bishop f3. He went queen a5, queen g3, queen c5, and now Vidit went for the move rook d2. My one question to all of you is, if you go e4, why would queen takes c4 be a mistake? This is the first question of today. Let me see how many of you are able to answer it and how many of you are in good form today. White to play. What should white do in this position? Wow. Arnav Srivastav, Varun Patankar, Shaibi Binoj, Vivan Malpani, Supercomp, Shri Hari, Samarth Gandhi, Jyoti Singh, Shubham Deshpande, Ekant Sarkar, Chess Lover, Kanishk Rajput, Tanmay Bhattacharji. Guys, you are amazing. I love the fact that you are able to find such a move so quickly. Rook d6 with the idea of taking on f6, attacking the queen, and then picking up the bishop on g4. So that's the reason why you cannot take. But e4 was not played by Vidit. He played rook d2. He defended this, and Pragg said, well, it doesn't seem like great or anything. Let me go back bishop e6, and I'm attacking this c4 pawn. You will see that Pragg is down to 1 hour 19 minutes, while Vidit has 1 hour 41 minutes on the clock here. b4. Now, he is pushing his pawns around the king, and the king can become slightly weak. But for now, Vidit does trust his position. Queen c8 was played. I thought even queen c7 was possible, defending e5 pawn. It's a very, very possible way to play, like knight b5, queen b8, knight d6, and maybe white is slightly better here because he has a very good knight. Also, the c4 pawn is well defended now. So that's the reason why he went queen c8. And now Vidit said, well, this is a pawn for me. I will take it. Pragg said, no, it's not a free pawn. I'm taking the one on c4. And now, just by basic thought, don't you think that the white king looks exposed? How many of you here in the chat think white king looks exposed? Just say yes. What do you think? Yeah, yes, absolutely right. You feel that the white king is weak. But this is the thing which you guys have to learn a bit, and this is something very important, is to not just look at what you feel, because your feeling or your intuition is based on your past experiences in chess, whatever you have learned. But some positions, you just have to understand it more at an objective level. Like Vidit goes king b2 and he asks Pragg, how are you going to coordinate your pieces to attack my king? So Pragg says, I'll attack with a5. Vidit says, now I will. What should white do, guys? Can you tell me? Yes, Ramit Mahajan says, no way for black to attack it. True, that is true. There is no way to attack it. But in the long run, it could become weak. At the same time, Vidit is saying that I have an extra pawn for my worries here. That is the main compensation. If the pawns were equal in the position, then black would have been fine. But white has an extra pawn. Yes, that is absolutely right. The moves that have been suggested here. Vivaswan Damle says, marking attendance aaj ki entry fee. Thank you, Vivaswan. B5 is the move. Vaibhav Shreyas, Sri Hari, Jainil Shet, Rajat Sharma, Falgun Krishna, Anonymous, Arindam Basu, Manasa Vaddepalli, Mayur Gondalekar, and Chess Masters. Well done, guys. The move is to keep the position closed with b5. I keep it closed. He goes bishop f1, rook f1, and now Vidit is better if Pragg cannot, find an aggressive way to break through. So Pragg goes queen c4, and now Vidit very rightly plays his rook to c1. A4 was played, and now this is the moment where Vidit found the second best move in the position. He had a very nice move here. Can you find it? White to play. It's not at all easy, and I think if you can find it, then you have played this better than Vidit Gujrathi. What should white play here? So the move that has been suggested here is Queen E7. I'm so happy, guys. Well done. And the second most popular move here is Knight. Third most is Knight B1, and there is Rook D4 as well. So let's look at them one by one. But the right move is Queen E7. And a big shout out to Shivam, Arnav, Chirag, Rahul, Alappan, Shaibi, Aniruddha, Ryuzaki, Aniket, and Shubham. So Queen E7, the idea is that I want to defend this pawn. If you give me a check, I'll go back, and if you play Rook C8, then I would love to come to B4 here, but then there could be some ideas with Knight B4. So first I'll kick your queen away, and let's say your queen has to go back, but where? If you go to E6, I'll simply take it. So you play Queen C4, and then after Rook B4, Queen D3, Rook D4. I'm just pushing your queen away, and then I can maybe take here. And this position, white is better. So this is something which was not very simple that Vidit could have tried. Another move that you guys have mentioned is instead of Queen E7 here, which was to play Rook D4. I don't like this move because of check, king here, and take, at least you lose this pawn at the very least. So this is not a good way to play. Knight B1 was played in the game, which is decent because the main point is to defend A3 pawn. You have to defend this pawn on A3, which is the reason why Vidit went Knight B1, defending that. Queen E7 looks better, but okay, he decided against it. Knight B1, check here. Vidit put his king back. Now Rook AC8. Vidit said, I'll take. He took. And now Queen F5. Attacking the Rook here. That's a nice move. He played Queen C4. Again, a very strong move by Praggnanandhaa, defending his Rook. Pragg is telling himself that yes, I'm a pawn down for now. But Rook D4 he played. And now here Pragg had to play Queen to C1 in order to keep the balance flowing. Like let's say I'm just making a random move like H4. This is something that Vidit could play because Rook C2 is met with Rook D8 check. So black still does not have a way of activating his position. You can see that he's slightly passive. And one of the things which you have to imagine is even though the king is weak, there is a knight next to it, and a knight is an excellent friend of the king. If you see, it is preventing check to the king from any side. Here, in this position, after Rook D4, Pragg went Queen C7, and guys, the position has become quite dangerous for Praggnanandhaa. He's first of all a pawn down, as we just said right now. Secondly, he cannot take his queen and take such pawns or something because C8 is hanging. That is a weak pawn. That is a hanging rook there. And if you can't do much, then why can't Vidit simply chop off this pawn on A4? Is a very valid question to ask when Vidit would be 2 pawns up. Another thing which could be, Akash Gupta says, is this a blunder by Pragg? I think it is a mistake, but in practical terms, I can tell you that let's say I take on a4 and Pragg goes knight d7. This is not so simple. Like you go rook f4 trying to attack here. I put my knight on c5 defending this. And now I have ideas like knight b3 check. There is compensation for black because of the white king being in the open. Now, I have told this many times to you that white king looks safe because of the knight here and all of that. But in every position, like even into the deep end game, when the queens are there on the board, it will be something that Vidit will have to constantly worry about. His slightly exposed nature of the king. And that is what Praggnanandhaa is banking upon. If you ask me objectively, Vidit is better. And you know, guys, he doesn't even have to take here. He can play h4 and he can ask Pragg, what is your idea now? Because you can't move your knight here. I can just take it. You can't move your knight here. I'll just take it. Next move, I'm going g4, then g5. I have complete control, and at the same time, my king and knight are well positioned there. So, white has more space. I have a feeling that with its style here, greedy style is to take the pawn, but also g4 looks quite enticing to me. You know, just put g5 in or h4 g5. What do you think, guys? What do you think that Vidit will play here in this position? I want to know your thoughts. Please do write down in the chat. What do you think will Vidit Gujrathi play? Also, time wise, Vidit has 38 minutes. Praggnanandhaa has 39 minutes. They are on move 28 because you know the first 20 odd moves were very well known to both of them. They were following the game Vidit versus Surya Ganguly. So that's the reason why it was well known, and they have saved a lot of time in the opening. But this is the key moment now. These next few moves are going to be very, very important. Wow. Looks like the Twitter feud is growing after that uh, tweet by Karjakin. You can see the tweet by Emil Sutowski, who's just tweeted, who is the FIDE Director General, and he has not minced around with his words. That's what I can say, and he has just written this. Oops. I'll just try to get that try to put this in here. Yeah, he says next time you are asked to define the word cringe, show Karjakin's game from today supplemented by his tweet. Yeah, I would love to see the game. Shall we look at Karjakin versus Magnus game and see what happened there? Because Karjakin was white. I'll come back to this game and the answer you have said. e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop d5, knight f6. Knight takes e4, rook e1, knight d6, knight e5, knight d6, bishop f1, knight f5, c3, knight e5, rook e5. This is all standard stuff. d4, d5, bishop f4, bishop d6, queen f3, knight h4, queen g3, knight f5, queen f3, knight h4, queen g3. And well, at some level, I feel the onus lies with white in such positions to try, because black in essence in chess looks to equalize out of the opening. And well, you could say somewhere that Karjakin drew. That's okay. But then he wrote this tweet saying, say no to 2900. And then based on that, Sutowski wrote about this in his tweet. So that's how chess drama starts. Yeah, always some or the other. Something always interesting happens. And by the way, Vidit has gone for g3. And I feel it's a little too soft overall, this move. But because we saw that black can't do much, I want to see what were your suggestions here. So opening up the chat, chess moves, you thought that he should have taken the pawn. You also thought h4 and g4. B6, you thought you should give up that pawn. Actually, he cannot take b6, which is very interesting. He has to move his queen away, but he can play queen c6, and then this pawn could become more weak than what it was. So maybe not b6 here, but yeah, this move g3, although, I mean, why did Vidit play it is the question. Because if he wanted to defend h2, I don't think that was his idea. I don't think defending h2 was his idea. Mayur says g3 is a move when you remember your opening was supposed to be the Catalan on move 29. Yeah, I mean, what is the logic is what I'm trying to think. Like, how can this move be useful, or is it just a waiting move, like plain waiting move by Vidit, asking Praggnanandhaa what would he do? But you know, there are two ways that Praggnanandhaa can improve his position here. Yeah, exactly. Like as we were discussing, like if queen h2, there is always queen c8. And even if you wanted to save this, you might as well play h4. But why g3? So Pragg can actually, I think Vidit is saying to himself that Pragg, you have no way to improve your position. But I think Pragg can go king h8. The point of this move is that later on, there would be no back rank mate because of knight g8. How? Like, let's say if I go h4, you go queen c1, and I go g4. Now in this position, rook c2 is winning move for black. And black, I mean, is much better because after rook d8, I have knight g8. So king h8 becomes a useful idea in such positions. The other useful move here for Pragg is to go queen c1. But on its own, queen c1 can't do much. But the next move is anyway king h8. So that knight g8 can go back and I can get my rook to c2. So queen moving in with the idea of king h8 and rook moving in is something that Pragg has to find. It's not simple at all. But if he finds that, he can create play. Otherwise, it seems like his position is too passive. Like for example, if you try to reroute your knight with knight e8, it doesn't work because I have rook d7 trying to attack you here on f7 with my rook and with my queen and the rook. Harsh Dattani says b6. You want to go that way. So Harsh was saying that instead of g3, you should have gone b6, then queen c6, rook a4. The main issue here is that I'm not forced to take your rook right now. You're not threatening anything. So I can go g6, attacking your queen. Let's say you go back. And now I can maybe go knight d7 with the idea of knight b6. So I'm not going to take your rook here. Okay, g3, and now he's thinking Praggnanandhaa has 33 minutes and he will come up with a move. Let's quickly go to Arjun Erigaisi's game. He is playing against today Polina Shuvalova. I have great regard for Polina as a chess player. She's very strong and she's very, very powerful player from Russia. For now, this is the position on the board. I get a feeling that Arjun is definitely slightly better, slightly. The main reason is that the queen is well positioned. The knight is also well placed on f4. and maybe, you know, at some point I can exchange here and try to get in on a7. So Arjun looking for another victory here. And you know, guys, when things are going your way, it's a good idea to keep pushing and to increase as much rating as you can, and not to stop. Like we might think, okay, well, draw should be fine, but why? You know, let's sack the knight in Arjun game. Why? Aniket, where? Maybe knight h5 here, trying to create some play, but then there is rook queen c6. And by the way, a small question to all of you: if rook takes d8, what is the way? I would love if 500 people can answer this. What is the way in which black should recapture this rook? Oh well, Akash Sutaria, this doesn't look anywhere close to winning, yeah, for Arjun. So maybe we can't say that he's winning or anything of that sort. Peter says, I like black in this position because of queen side majority. Yes, possible. I mean, black is not very worse or anything of that sort. Guys, I could not fool you this time. It seems to me I was saying, how should you recapture this rook? But everyone in the chat is like, queen takes g2 is hanging. And that is the reason why this is the correct move. And we have so many people who have given the right answer. Anirudh, Belligerent, Sabarna, Vivan, Chess is Fun, Crazy Content, Kushagra, Krishna, Hassan, and Mikhail. Well, Mikhail Fisher Capablanca, what a name. Guys, please do like the stream and also please take part in these question answers. You know, it will help you to become a stronger player. Vijay Surendran says, nice commentary, bro. Well, thank you so much, Vijay Surendran. I'm glad you are enjoying it. Please do take part. Queen g2 is a checkmate, and this is not what you want in the position. So for now, Arjun is thinking about what to do, and he'll come up with his move. Let's also quickly check that what is up with Surya Ganguly. He has had a tough tournament here, but today he is completely winning against Jiner. He has a rook on e8. The bishop is planning to come to e6. Bishop takes f6 is hanging. White has two pieces, two rooks for the queen, and he should be completely better here. So Surya Ganguly will score his win after many rounds. He has had a very tough tournament. Coming back to the game of Praggnanandhaa and Vidit Gujrathi, Praggnanandhaa has been thinking for close to 9 minutes now. From 39, he has come down to 30 minutes. So while he thinks for his move, let's quickly go to the game of another top player in this event who's playing really well, Grandmaster Anish Giri. And Anish Giri has this very weird kind of a structure here. Triple pawns, but he is a pawn up, yeah, like he's 2 pawns up. If you count 1 2 3 4 5 6, 1 2 3 4. I hate double pawns, but I'm okay if they are extra pawns. That could be Anish's mantra. Like now, if you play here, I can take on c4, and if you were to take here, then this is a blunder because black has a very powerful move. Let's see how many of you can find it. Black to play. What do you do? David Ezra says Fabiano blundered. Ooh, really? Fabiano blundered against Richard Rapport. We'll go there. Yes, very good. Rohit Gopwami, Mamba, Rahul, Shubham Deshpande, Tanish Arora, Ujjwal Pradyumna, Vivan Malpani. Excellent job, guys. The move here is rook d2 check. If you take with the rook here, then I will play e takes d2, threatening to queen. If you go king d1, I have knight e3 followed by a queen, and this is winning. So you take here, I take here, and now I'm again threatening to queen. So you take here, and this is winning. So Anish does have to be careful after knight b3, knight c4. He has to do something about rook d2 check, which can throw him off balance right now. That he doesn't want to play, but this is not lost. He can go f4 here, and now rook d2 will not work because after knight d2, pawn takes d2. There is rook g1. Earlier, by taking on f5, you could no longer bring your rook back, and this position is holdable. It's still playable for black, for for white. So e3, and now Anish Giri is thinking for his move, what to do in this position. Well, knight b3 is good, but if he does knight f1, he would get passive after knight takes c4. So I have a feeling that here Duda has excellent chances. Let's see what happens. You said Caruana actually blundered here against Richard Rapport. So what happened? Because it was a normal position here, maybe around equal. While black was pushing his pawns and gaining space on the king side, Fabiano got his knight on c5, dominating the bishop on c8, h4, g4, knight e5, rook d4, and now he took bishop takes. And what was the move that Caruana missed here, that Richard Rapport played? Black to move. And this is the power of intermediate moves, guys. If you are able to understand कि chess is not checkers, like you take here, I take, I don't need to recapture and then you will take it. You can make an intermediate move here. Yes, Shreyas Karthik, very good. Veer Singh, Rohan Kumar Pulvarti, Kunal Gupta, Purvesh Joshi, Rajarshi Datta, Chess is Fun, Vivan Malpani, Supercom, Manan Nath, Bhavesh Das, Raksha Bhosle, Dexter, Sanika Kulkarni, Devin Anand, absolutely right. Here the move is e5. I attack your rook. Next move, I'm going to take your bishop and I will be a pawn up. And I'm really impressed by the number of people who have found this move. It's like close to 100 people have voted and all of them have said e5, which makes this chat super strong. Well done, guys, that you are thinking about e5 intermediate moves always. Keep this in mind. Intermediate moves on the chessboard are the most common things that people forget, and also in life they forget about some intermediate moves of the opponents, and it is very difficult. Yeah, now Fabiano in big trouble because black is a pawn up. Going back to Vidit Gujrathi versus Pragg. Pragg has played b6, and as you can see, both the players are grappling with this uncertainty here about what to do, because somewhere, Pragg could have been more active. Queen c1, could have played king h8, trying to get the rook active, but this b6 is a kind of nothing move in the position. And now for Vidit to play like g4 is not easy, correct? Because g4 means his last move didn't make sense. h4 is possible, but there is quite a powerful move here, and I have to think about it. By the way, rook takes a4 is definitely possible, but what you don't want is knight d7, knight c5, the activation of the knight. So that's the reason why. Can you tell me what is the move that white should play here? Keep in mind that you want to win the pawn, but knight d7 is strong. So is there something else that you can do here with white? White to play. f4 says Tanish Arora. Not bad, Tanish. It's possible. But after queen c1, you have e3 as a weakness. Yes, you can push e4 also here. But then after king h8, as we know, we want to go back knight g8 and rook c2 here. So be careful there. Yeah, the move here which all of you have suggested. Oops, I forgot to remove the last answer, that's why. But queen d3 is great. Veer Singh, Ujjwal Avasti, शिवम गुप्ता, श्रेयस कार्तिक, विवेक तोमार, अनिकेत गुप्ता, शौर्य करपाटने, सुमित अग्रवाल, हर्षा आदित्य, and Dhruvil Jain. The move here is queen d3. And some ways you just are putting your queen and rook in better positions now. Just reorganize. Guys, I'm back and I'm very sorry for this. I think it went away for some time and I was just talking about the position so much, and then I realized that, oh, it's just people can't hear it. So very sorry for that. I don't know, sometimes when I change streams this is happening all too often. If there's someone who knows the solution to this, that when I change the scenes why this happens, please let me know. You know, if no, it's not about the laptop. I don't think it's about the laptop. It is something that's going wrong somewhere. But anyway, I was talking about the fact that this position, although the computer shows plus 1.5 or above for Vidit, I don't think it's so simple. First of all, it's like you can't move certain pieces. You can't move your knight away, you can't move your king up. You have to make do with these two pieces. At the same time, you don't want knight d7, knight c5 to come close to the black king. So keeping all of these things in mind, it is not so simple for Vidit to come up with a move. You know, like take this, come back queen d3, play h4, play f4. There are so many possibilities here. Even e4, I mean, why not? Can I not play e4, e5? Maybe because of rook e8. Then can I go like f4 with the idea of this? Queen c2. But can I go e5? You lose the queen, so you can't do that. But this is where I get a feeling that you can go totally wrong as white. Can we exchange the queen here, says Aditya Bhopale. I mean, Vidit would love to exchange queens, but how is the question? How would you do that? Dubov is repeating his moves. Yeah, really? Dubov versus Nils Grandelius. And king a2, knight c4, queen b3, queen a6, knight f3, rook c6, queen d3, v5, queen b3, queen a6, queen d3. Of course, Dubov would be more than happy with the draw here, but I think Nils Grandelius should play on, right? He can go rook f c8, he can play b5, b4. Too many options here to agree to a draw for white. I think Grandelius can get his victory here in the tournament. Meanwhile, Andrey Esipenko is better against Jorden van Foreest. Yeah, white seems to be doing pretty well after some exchanges here. Let's say if you exchange the queen and the rook, the knight will jump back and it looks really good. Also, Caruana versus Richard Rapport, as we just said right now, Richard looks totally better. And look at this move, guys. Bishop f5. And you might say, but I can win a pawn. But then you go king e6. Another pawn bites the dust. And now black to play. Here he goes bishop e4, hitting the knight and the rook. You give a check. I come up to e5. You go rook f1, I go rook f8. And you know, guys, sometimes in life, it is important to have the key resources in your control, which is the bishop here and the majority here. You don't need everything as black, like here. You don't need all these queenside pawns, and should be that black can play for a win here. So Maybe I could start off with g3 as well. So the position is not at all clear yet, and making moves like bishop f5, giving up these two pawns are not easy, but Richard Rapport can find them, I feel. Going back to Pragg versus Vidit after b6, now both the players taking a lot of time. Actually, they can afford, because 29 minutes are still left in the game. For 29 moves have been made, only 11 more moves to play, and this means that there is a lot of time left here for both the players to make their remaining 11 moves. So let's quickly check what's up with Arjun, because Arjun Erigaisi, and meanwhile Surya Ganguly has all his pieces nicely positioned. Black's last move was king f7. Can go rook a8 here. Aritra Das Gupta says, can we go rook d3 with the idea of rook c3? In the other game, yeah, in the Vidit game, like here, can we go rook d3 with the idea of rook c3? Very much possible. Soham Pandya, thank you so much for becoming backer of Indian chess, first member of today. Queen c1 is a possibility, and then I stop you from going to c3. Yes, Tushar Gaur, I think it was much better for Pragg to play queen c1 and king h8 to activate the rook here, so that rook d8 would be met with knight g8. But the fact that he's played b6 and now Vidit is thinking what to do, I'm not sure what Vidit. There are so many possibilities, right? Because see, first of all, this queen cannot go in any direction here or here because the rook is hanging. So could be that white has some interesting opportunities here. I think there is one move that looks very enticing here. White to play. It's a slightly unusual move, but let's see if you can find it. White to move. Vaibhav Gautam says queen d3. Yes, Vaibhav, that is a good move. Vaibhav, thank you for joining in. Bunny Eat Worlds also says queen d3. Protagonist says white with its king is more vulnerable, right? Then why is the buyer showing advantage to him? Because he's pawn up and the king is right now safe with the knight. There is no check around him. Also, this pawn is weak, but it's defended by the knight. So taking into consideration all these factors, with its position looks pretty good. But look at this move that Alkondan Balaji has suggested. Alkondan Balaji, Srirang S, well done. Muktanand Pendse, you guys, Shahnawaz Sharif, chess is more than fun. Samarth Gandhi, put your rook on d6. This is a very tough move to find, because if you were to take, I can take on c8 and I can claim that I'm better here, but not sure. I mean, after check, maybe g6. The position is still kind of interesting and we don't know who's better here. I mean, white seems to be better, but let's say after queen e6 you still have to grind it out. But could be an idea like after queen a4, knight e4, black is getting some play. But rook d6 is possible with the idea of rook c6. Maybe Vidit can play it, but for now he is thinking for his move. Let's see what he comes up with. He is down to oh, he's played his move. He's chopped off this pawn. Greedy Vidi wants to take the pawn on a4. Interesting. Thoughts about Vidit versus Carlsen game on Jan 28, Rohan Malhotra. I think it's a good birthday gift, yeah, for me if Vidit wins this game. Because I'll be turning 32 on Jan 28 and it is Vidit versus Carlsen. So nice date to remember, right? If Vidit wins. Of course, if it's a draw, then it's normal. If Carlsen wins, that would be also something to look forward to, because Carlsen plays so well. But I mean, if Vidit wins, that would be a memory forever. Ankit Agrawal says Magnus said Arjun is going to be 2700 soon. I think no one doubts that, right? And Pragg instantly he was like, Vidit, the moment you move your rook away here, I'm going to put my knight on d7. Absolutely. And that is the correct move here. Knight d7 has been played. And now you want to go to c5. That is the reason why we were talking about queen d3, right? Controlling the knight from moving. But he's played it knight, rook takes a4 and knight takes d7. Now the game is heating up. And guys, I want to just talk to you about a couple of things that are very, very important for ChessBase India, and just so that if you can just have a look at it. Today being the Republic Day, one of the Indian authors, and who is, I think, one has written one of the best books that is out there on chess, called Chess Course. His name is Praful Zaveri, has launched it, and it is a complete curriculum from someone who doesn't know anything about chess to becoming a good player. It has everything, and there's one main book and 6 workbooks there, as you can see here. And he has launched all of these books today. The main book was already out there, but this is now with workbooks, and I've made a video on it, an unboxing video on ChessBase India, and here is the full pack that is there, so you can check it out. It's the second link in description. The cost is 50% off for today until the 31st of January. So please do check it out. The Chess Course by Praful Zaveri. It's a very, very nice book, and also the fact that I read it when I was a young kid, and now it has been improved so much in the next like 2 decades, and it has become into something beautiful with, right, how the pieces move, tactics, end game, middle game, opening, and everything there. Also on ChessBase India, you can find many different t-shirts that are there. One of them is India t-shirt, which is a very nice thing to take for the Republic Day. There are t-shirts like No Draw, Apna Time Aayega, and today there is a Republic Day offer that is going on ChessBase India, which is the mega sale. It is the first link in the description. The chess course is the second link in the description. You get buy 2 and you get 1 free. That is the t-shirts available. And also if you buy 3, you get 1 free of Vedika's chocolates. That is also available there. So those were a few things that I wanted to tell you guys today. And let's get back to the stream. Thank you for bearing with me, and all those who are interested in chess course, t-shirts, and everything, please do check it out. Sorry for that small disruption, because the game is very exciting, and also everyone's looking forward to a decisive game here, because if by chance Pragg wins, that would be a great comeback for the youngster. But if Vidit wins, he has chances of finishing at the top in this tournament. Currently, Magnus Carlsen is on the top of the leaderboard. He's on 7 points out of 9, and Vidit is currently on 5.5. But if he wins, he will reach 6.5, and then on the 28th, he sets up a clash with Magnus, and anything could happen. So last move by Vidit, rook to e4. Now, the question here is, why did Vidit not play rook d4 attacking the knight? Because if you go knight c5, then he can play queen c2. And once again, he is 2 pawns up, has very good control. Now, just to put things under perspective, if Vidit is able to solidify his position, he would be much, much better here. So his move rook e4 had a clear intention of rook e7, attacking on f7 and also on d7. But Pragg now said, I will play g6. he could have also played knight to c5 in this position. But I think what he didn't like was after rook e7, queen e7, queen c8, king h7, queen f5, g6. He did not like this position that white is coming back, and then he would have two extra pawns here to press. So that's the reason why he played the move g6 directly here, not here, but here he played g6, and white played his queen to f4 in this position. And now it's actually a tough moment here for Pragg to decide what to do, because Vidit has a very deadly threat of rook e7. If you exchange the queens, game is over. Matlab, there is no question. I'll just take on f4 and the game is complete. There's nothing much you can do here. But Pragg has to find a very important move here. Can you find it? Black to play to keep himself in the game. Now, Pragg has to find some really difficult defensive moves because he's 2 pawns down and he has to make sure that he's able to keep his control. Black to move. Rohan Malhotra says, does chess course teach how the knight moves? For a change, it does. I know this is a reference to the question asked by Alexandra Botes at the World Championship. Let me see what is the answer that you guys have come up with. Yes, queen c5. Absolutely right, guys. The move suggested by Rahul, Harsh, Dream, Aryan, Veer, Swastik, Sagar. Nice. My grandfather used to call me Sagar instead of Sagar because it's sugar, yeah, in Gujarati. Savita, Suyash, and Vaibhav Sachdev. You have to stop rook e7 from coming into the position. So you play your queen to c5 and you stop it. And this seems like a good move. Also, you are aiming at the b5 pawn. So I like this move, queen c5, but Praggnanandhaa is thinking for quite some time now. But it's surprising because it's the only move that he has at his disposal. You can't exchange the queens. You can't allow rook e7. So likely you might want to come to c1, but then after rook e7, knight is attacked and f7 is also attacked. That is not going to work out. And he's played queen c5. He's played it queen to c5. And now the question that is asked by Aditya Nayak is, can white not simply take this pawn on h6? Aditya, yes, he can. But after queen takes b5, black is doing very well because now the knight is coming in. And once the knight comes in, knight is like that final piece which uncorks white's king, because the rook and the queen were not able to break through. The knight was defending it well, but when the knight flows in to b3, it will just open up the position like anything and Vidit would be lost there. So Vidit has to now play very carefully. As we said, yeah, the exposed nature of the king will at some point make itself felt. Let's see how Vidit continues. Arshad84 says, how does Karpov win his games, sir? I have been going through his games. He makes real simple moves, yet his position becomes better all of a sudden. This is actually a question which many people thought, were asking during the times when Karpov was playing. He would make little moves and he would make prophylactic moves. He will stop his opponent's ideas. He will make sure his pieces are on good squares. He will not create weaknesses. He will play beautiful chess. And I think, Arshad, if you look at many games of Karpov, you will get that feeling within you for piece harmony, where the pieces need to be placed. So don't be too upset that you're not able to understand everything. Just try your best to study as much as you can, as many games as you can. Now, if queen takes h6, by the way, rook queen b5 is very strong. And Vaibhav Gautam says, why can't we then go rook h4 with the idea of checkmate? But Vaibhav, here maybe queen e5 check could be a very dangerous move with a check to the king, and then king a2, rook c2 check could become like a very dangerous attack So that's the reason why Vidit cannot afford to go pawn hunting there. He might have to defend his pawn here, so he would play rook b4. And now after rook b4, Vidit is actually arguing that I am 2 pawns up here, and Pragg, where is your compensation? Because let's say Pragg tries to go knight e5 with the idea of knight d3, then Vidit will go queen d4, just centralizing his queen. So that is not good enough. But let's say I go queen c1 and I'm trying to keep my queen active. Vidit wants to go queen d4, improve, but then knight c5. And you can sense it that this queen knight are just making it a little bit difficult for the white king to move. I'm not really sure if this attack is going to be successful, but let's say after queen d2, queen h1, attacking h2. Aha, camera is dead. Okay, let me... This is one thing which I always take care that I charge another battery at my end, and it's a small disciplined decision that I have taken in my life, that whenever you put one battery, you can use the other one for charging. And I think this is very normal for people who drive cars, right? They have this one spare tire in their trunk, and many times they use that when there's a puncture. But then with the tire which is punctured, they do not get it fixed. So when the second puncture happens, then they are really in a big trouble. So try to keep your reserve stuff always charged. I'm saying all this because I had it charged. Yeah, someday might come when I won't be charged, and then people will be like, oh, you were telling us all about this. Is rook c4 possible here, you mean to say? Yeah, no, rook c4, queen takes c4 is hanging. With it is down to 16 minutes, guys. When we joined, we thought time will not be a factor in this game. But now, it is seeming to me that time could become important. Look at this, 32 moves, 8 more moves to make, 16 minutes for Vidit, 22 for Praggnanandhaa. Pragg is putting pressure over Vidit. And I must tell you guys that facing a player like Praggnanandhaa is stressful for everyone. For all the players, because you are facing this 16-year-old youngster who's very talented, but more so for Indian top players, because somehow you have grown up knowing him, and it is, I think for Vidit, it is also a psychological question when facing youngsters like Praggnanandhaa, because somewhere he knows that he has a higher rating than them. They are India number 10, he's India number 2. There are more comparisons there, but let's see if he can keep everything aside. And he has been able to, until now he's been playing some great chess. Also Praggnanandhaa is not giving up. These youngsters, they fight till the very end. Let's go and check the game of Arjun Erigaisi and see what he's up to. I think Surya Ganguly is clearly better here. But I hope that he doesn't mess up this position, although his 2 rooks are very well placed. And next he might want to play g3 at some point and bring the bishop back in. Let's hope that he's able to convert this. Jiner has taken this pawn, and now Surya has to decide if he takes here, then d5 could become weak. Meanwhile, Arjun Erigaisi against Polina Shuvalova. Ooh! Is Arjun Erigaisi staring at his first defeat in this tournament? And that too, Polina Shuvalova, the Russian player, has managed to put Arjun under some pressure. We left the game somewhere around h6, and then Arjun played b3, c4, rook c1. Actually, the right move would have been to take, and then play rook c1. But he played rook c1, rook fe8, queen b4, and now g5. So Shuvalova says to Arjun that, look, I'm pushing away your pieces, and there could be a massive attack incoming. But Arjun now takes a very practical decision because he did not like the fact that after knight h5, there is queen c6 threatening a mate here, and g3. Oh, everyone's saying Vidit blundered. Really? Is he losing or what? Oh, he took on h6. We were talking about this. It's not a good idea. I don't know what he missed. Pragg is going to take this pawn for sure. Because rook h4, there is queen e5 check. That we saw. Maybe Vidit has some other ideas. Vidit might be thinking, what if I just block here with rook b4? Then check, guys. Check. If king a2, there is rook c2 check. If rook d4, rook c2 nonetheless. Whose king is weak? Queen f4, queen e6, threatening a mate in 1. With 15 minutes, Vidit has made a big mistake here. The main reason why this is a mistake, guys, is not because Vidit king is going to be mated instantly. It's because he has lost his coordination in such a way that it is not a mate after queen b5, and rook c2 is coming in and knight c5 is coming in. So let's say rook c2 cannot come in because of rook e8 check for now. So let's say as white, I play a move like h4. I'm just trying to explain to you what is the problem here. Then I go knight c5. And now let's say I play h5. I'm just trying to improve here. But now check. If I go king b2, there is knight d2 and I pick this up. And also b1 would hang. So you go king a2. And now comes a very important move. Black to play. What does black do here? Yeah. Rook c2, Faraz, Shaliban, Shobit Jain, Heath Gandhi, Aditya Bhopale, Savita Chess, Falgun Krishna. Rook c2 check is a mate here. It's just a checkmate. There is nothing. There is no two words about it. So that is why this knight is a monster. Once it comes into the game, it becomes very, very powerful. So here, Vidit definitely in a bad position if Praggnanandhaa takes this. But will Praggnanandhaa take that pawn? I see no reason why he should not. Because then after he takes, he's threatening knight c5. I don't know what Vidit has seen, to be frank. I mean, queen b5 is the first move you check. And then Vidit might have seen rook d4 perhaps, but still knight c5, knight b3. Rook h4, there is queen e5 check, followed by rook c2. I'm not sure. He has miscalculated something big time. Let's wait for what Praggnanandhaa plays. Meanwhile, we were looking at Arjun Erigaisi's game here, and we were saying that he should have played f3, queen g6 and knight g3 and tried to kind of say to himself that this position is defensible, and you know it's a playable position. I can put the knight back here. But I think Arjun got a little bit impatient here. He simply took the b5 pawn, and after gf4, rook c4, queen d7, take and rook f4, he said that look, I have 3 pawns for a bishop and my king is safe, should be good. But after rook d3, this pawn is kind of weak, yeah. So rook b3, rook a7 and bishop d5. I think Polina Shuvalova has decent chances, although the game might most likely end in a draw. Bishop e6 he would put, and then rook b8 could win this pawn. Even this 2 pawns versus 4 pawns is not easy to convert. But it is a 2-result game now. Either Arjun loses or Shuvalova wins. Or Either Arjun loses or the game ends in a draw. These are the two results that are possible in this game. Let's go back to Vidit's game against Praggnanandhaa, and Pragg has taken the pawn on b5. And now I would be very interested to see as to what Vidit had in his mind, because if he had nothing here, why did he play this? Is a big question. Why did he not save his pawn on b4 with rook b4? Why did he have to go and take this? So that is a question to be asked here, and Vidit has to make a move, because I think he will see that rook h4 is not possible because of queen e5 check. Praggnanandhaa, if he wins this game, this will be his second win in the tournament. He's beaten Nils Grandelius. This he would win, but right now I feel like, just like how Vidit had a winning advantage, not a winning advantage, but a clearly better position for quite a long time, that was not clear because it required a lot of precise play, a lot of little moves. But this advantage that Praggnanandhaa has is much easier advantage, because I go knight c5, I go knight b3 check, I have rook c2 whenever needed, I have queen e5 check whenever needed. So black's position plays out, while in the other advantage that Vidit had, so sometimes +2 in a specific position might not be as much winning as +2 in another position. Why Vishal Jadhav says, why not rook h4? Queen h3 is a move that is being suggested, but guys, now I won't move my knight because you want to pick up my rook, but now I will move my no, not the queen, rook c2, and I will threaten mate in 1. And if you play rook b4 here, then I'll go queen e2 and threaten mate in 1 here. So I'm going to really make your life difficult with my rook coming in. So queen h3 does not work. Any other defense do you think? a4 says random number. I think a4 really is a move that he must play here, because after a4, now it's not so simple. Very good move suggested by cold-eyed random number. I think a few more walk through me. Very good suggestion, a4, because now let's imagine that I go queen b3 trying here. Then what is the problem? White wins. How? White to move. Yes, there is rookie. This question, which queen h3, Nihar Rughani, queen h3, rook c2, rook e8, knight f8 is there. I put my knight in between. Yes, rook h4, very good move suggested by Sarva Jayan, Rohit Chaudhary, Savita Chess, Debanjan Majumdar, Hemant Sharma, Kshitij Sharma, Manthan Patil, Aditya Avasti, Sandeep Patankar. Well done, guys. So rook h4, I'm threatening to mate. And remember, when the queen was here, there was queen e5 check. But with a4, queen has no check here. And white is the first one who reaches the black king. So a4 may you have to keep an option open. Like now, queen c6 would be a nice move. Because if you go rook h4, I can play queen f6 check. And if you were to play king a2, now rook c2 check with queen b2 check and game over. Vidit has played a4 here, the move that was suggested by many of you. And now Praggnanandhaa has to find queen c6. This is an important move, guys, because if Pragg goes queen d5 here, then rook d4 is a good move. And if you play queen e6 now, I bring my queen out, and somehow this position is quite decent for white. But queen c6, the idea is that now rook d4 doesn't hit your queen. If I play something like rook d4 here, then knight c5 comes instantly, threatening a check here. So you don't have time for rook h4 because of queen f6 or just knight b3 check followed by queen c2. It is over, yeah, like rook h4, knight b3, king a2, queen c2, king here, queen c1, important move, king b4, queen c5. You have to take the knight. I give you another check with my queen. You have to go here or to b4, and I go queen c1 check. Next move, rook is coming in. So if you play here, I can take on b1 and winning. So a4, queen c6 is important, but can Praggnanandhaa find queen c6 here after a4? Not easy, not easy. Guys, this is very easy to look at the engine and say that this move is bad and this move is good, this move is bad and this move is good. You know, there are so many possibilities, but somehow it is quite possible that Praggnanandhaa can come under pressure because rook h4 is a definite threat. Queen c6 is the move that has to be played. Hema Singh says, why queen c6 is easy move? That's one of the square, looks good for the queen. It is, I mean, once you see it in chess, you can't unsee it. Once you know queen c6 is better, you can convince your mind in many ways that this is the move. But for Pragg, who doesn't know that this is the right move, he is thinking here, he has 15 minutes on the clock, 34 moves have been completed, 6 more moves to play. And guys, it's not even like super clear because knight c5 is a big threat. Okay, I'm just thinking of some defensive ideas here for white. Let's say, yeah, but you can't stop this. That's the problem. Even rook h4, queen f6 check is such an irritant. Yeah, maybe the main way in which Pragg will find this move is because he will see that rook h4 is coming on every move and he has to give a check. But the only reason which he could get confused is that in queen d5 line, rook h4 is still bad because of queen e5. So the only reason why queen d5 is worse than queen c6 is because of this move rook d4. And I'm attacking your queen and the knight, so you go back over here and then I come back here. And then when you play knight to c5, I have rook d8 check at the very least, and I'm not going to get checkmated with the white pieces, with the black attack coming in. So that is one reason here. Let's see. But already for Vidit, the winning position has sort of gone far away for now, but it could come back, you know, anytime. Meanwhile, we have news coming in that Arjun Erigaisi has managed to draw the game after rook d3, b4, bishop, rook b3, bishop, rook a7, bishop d5, and I was saying that 2 results are possible and stuff like that. Polina should fight and Polina should press here. They agreed to a draw because after bishop e6, maybe rook d2, I don't know. I think that she felt that this is not so easy. Also, sometimes, you know, the fact that you are in good form, you can really force your opponents to take certain decisions which are to your benefit. Meanwhile, a great news coming in for Indian fans. Surya Ganguly has managed to win his game. We left it off here when she took on c4. Surya played g3, queen d4, rook b7 check, king g8, then took on c4, queen c4, and now rook e8, d5 pawn was snapped, and rook b8, and she resigned. She resigned. Seriously? Guys, this is not worth resigning, yeah? Just think about it. Queen d6, okay? Bishop f1, king g7, rook f8, queen f8, rook f8, king f8. Position is still playable because 2 pawns for a piece. And also, it's not so simple to win this. Maybe it's winning. Maybe it's completely winning. But king f3, maybe king d6. Oh, maybe bishop c4. I can go king e5. I am threatening g5, g4. Trying h5. I want to play on. Why should I draw this game? Darshan Singhvi says, I love Pragg, but a win over VD is lost for India. Well, I wouldn't put it that way, but okay, fine. By the way, here, just to end this analysis, after Rook BB8, Jiner resigned and Surya Ganguly won. I would have been very interested if Jiner would have continued with Queen D6 here. And let's go back to the game. Ooh, Pragg finds it. Pragg finds Queen C6 in the position here. It looks very difficult now for Vidit. And yeah, coming back to this point that a win for Pragg would be loss for India, I disagree with that. I think both players are fighting here for equal, kind of. They both are giving their best, and I think let the best player win, right? It's not like. By the way, Vidit played a move very quickly, which was Queen F4. Once again, really begging the question to be answered as to what happens after Knight C5. What about White's rook sacrifice for a draw? But where? How do you sacrifice? Now Knight C5. I attack your rook, and I think Pragg will find Knight C5, attacking the rook. Now where does Vidit play? Because the next move is check. King goes up. I come in with a check. It's already over, right? After Knight C5. ये check को कैसे रोके? Rook B4. And now, guys. The most basic tactic in chess which you learn. What is it? Come on, let me see at least 500 people answering this. Guys, come on. Black to play. Can you please write it down? I would be very happy if many of you attempt this. Black to move. Why is rook b4? He stopped knight b3 check. Akash says, is there a chance of Vidit winning? I don't think so. I think this position is lost completely. Yep, knight d3 is the move, and so many of you have answered this. Vinod, Tushar, belligerent, just an anonymous person, Sneh Botke, Kunal Gupta, Rishi Venkatraman, Lavitra, Ribhu, Manannath, and also I will just read some few names later who never are able to give the answer at the top. Arpit Dikshit, Hirvan Shah, Mahaprasad Nanda, Akash Jain, Vimal Jai, Vinod Sridhar, Suhas P, BD Kutti, Akash Goyal, Severus Snape, Sai Varshan. Very good, guys. Thank you for all of you for trying so much to write the answer. Chess enthusiast Jeevan Athal, and nearly 200 of you have answered. Okay, I'll not wait for 500, but thank you all for answering this question. And now going back to the game, by the way, the move is knight d3, forking here. So after queen f4, I'm wondering if what is Vidit thinking, because he might be thinking that after what is Pragg thinking, because after rook e7 there is a mate here, but like आप पहले हम पहले पहुंच रहे हैं. चेक, किंग इधर, चेक. You have to go up. Even if you had gone king b2, I would have given check. You had to go to a3, and now an important check, queen c1. And you think about it, if you take on b3, I'll take on b1. So you will go to b4. And now an important check, queen c5. Of course, I can pick up the rook, but who's interested in the rook? I'm interested in your king. Queen c2 check. Now you can go to b4, a3. Two moves. If you go to a3, I give queen c1 check. This is an important check to see. If you go to a2, rook check and mate. King b3, queen b2 mate. So you go king b4 and now I go queen b2 and some mate. So this queen and rook combo along with some check back is going to lead to white's demise here. But Pragg is thinking for his move. If he doesn't play knight c5, Vidit still has chances. Yeah, but I mean, come on. Knight c5 is just as natural as baby smile. Yeah, I learned that in school. As natural as baby smile. As cool as a cucumber. Something like that. Okay, I have a super chat here by Kunal Lalwani says, nice meeting you at the Dubai Expo. Lots of love for your continued passion for chess, inspiring people around the world. Check out my Instagram reel of my time at Chess Championship Father Son. Oh, Kunal, if you could just tag ChessBase India or ChessBase India, would check it out. But very nice. I would love to see the reel of your experience of Dubai Expo. And knight c5 has been played here by little Pragg. He has made this move. Mayur Gondalekar, who has been member for 14 months, says, I have ordered chocolates and chess course to teach the nephew. Well, thank you so much, Mayur, for that. And by the way, guys, please do check out the first and the second link in the description. The first link is the Republic sale that is going on ChessBase India with t-shirts and chocolates. The second link is the chess course book, which is launched today by Praful Zaveri, available at 50% discount. Knight c5 and Vidit instantly goes rook c4. Guys, isn't this... Oof. Wow. Okay, just a second. Rook c4, check here. क्या हो रहा है? King b2. Oh, Vidit says that अगर तुम ऐसा खेलोगे, then I will take here and I have great chances for a draw. Because knight versus rook, this is possible. You know, we analyzed rook b4 here, but what we did not see is rook c4 because I thought knight b3 के बाद rook मर रहा है. But Vidit has seen a bit ahead that rook c4, now knight b3, there's king b2. But you know, there is a killer move here, and actually knight b3 is a mistake. There is a killer move for black here. Can you find it? Black to play. Let me see how many of you guys can actually think of what to do here. It's not easy. And very good defensive move by Vidit. Actually, practically, it might be his best chance here. Vardhan Nagarkar says, instead of rook move, can we go to knight d2 to stop black check? Vardhan, but the problem is after knight d2 in such a position, you will lose this here. And then my queen will anyway enter. So you are losing the rook on e4. And then my queen c1 check to your king. Then the rook coming in with another check. It doesn't look good. Doesn't look good for you. So, but guys, anyone has any questions, please do write in the chat. I would love that all of you want to guess the moves, all of you want to try and find what's happening, no matter what your level is, you're trying your best. And I think that is the right way to follow these games. It's not like, oh, Vidit blundered, or this happened. Try to think on your own. What are the moves that you would play here if you were in Vidit's shoes? Or what was the move that you would play if you were playing with black here, like Praggnanandhaa? What is the move that you would play? And let me see what are the suggestions that you guys have come up with. So rook a8 and b5, guys, this is the correct, and both moves are absolutely perfect. So rook a8 by Arvind, Srihari, Swayam, Sid, Venkatesh, 1, 2, 3, 4, B, Siddharth Singh, Vivan, Random Number, and Anmol Garg. And b5 by Bunny, Eat World, Vaishnav, Vrashin, Littu, Anaga, Vinod, Surindira, Karthik, Arav, and Sheshank Thota. These two moves have the same idea, that is to kill white's king, and b5 is just opening up the position. But b5, maybe Vidit can continue fighting with rook c3 here. But the right move here is rook a8. And My idea next is to play b5. Somewhere you feel that maybe it's not the easiest, yeah, for Pragg to find a move like rook 8. It's like natural tendency for you to think is knight b3 check hai dete. But then you have to change track and you have to find rook e8. But rook e8, I'm thinking to myself, threat is b5. I can't play queen d4. I want to play queen d4, but check and I lose the queen, defending my queen. Guys, what are the chances that Praggnanandhaa finds rook 8? Anupriya Pandey says rook 8 is difficult. Also, Praggnanandhaa has only 3 minutes left. And you know, with it, smartly has made his last few moves very quickly. Like, let's say when he realized that he's blundered with queen h6, then here he played a4 and he took 5 minutes. But now queen f4 he played in 15 seconds, and rook c4 he's played in less than 5 seconds. So he's making his moves quickly, and this is the practical decision he's taking. Like, he's like, I know I'm losing, I know that my king is in trouble, but I know that knight b3 is not the best move here. I can draw that. Let me put pressure time wise on my opponent. Let him think here. And once Praggnanandhaa's time comes low, like he gets down to a minute, he won't be able to calculate all the variations. For Pragg now, he has to play 4 more moves. He has 2 minutes 40 seconds in hand. Can he figure out that rook a8 is the correct move, followed by b5 in the position, opening up the position to the white king? I don't know. I don't know whether Pragg will be able to do that, because there are other tempting options like knight b3. But guys, just to show you why this knight b3 does not work, because after take, you might think that black is an exchange up. But kaise jeetoge na? Like, if you go rook c1, I'll go knight c3. Yes, you can go like here, rook f2. But then I will go knight d5. I will attack your pawn. You can take on f2. I will take on b6. You will take on h2. But then I have a pawn rushing down the board. So that is where Praggnanandhaa will not be able to win his game. Coming back here, 1 minute 49 seconds. Of course, Praggnanandhaa is ambitious here and wants to find the way to break through here. Not easy. Not easy. What about knight d3? Well, knight d3, rook c6 is hanging right here. So you can't do that. He's played rook d8, and Vidit is back in the game, guys. Rook d8 by Praggnanandhaa is not the best move in the position. But why? Oof, it's very tough. The move here for Vidit is rook to b4. And little things, you know, these are the little ripple effects. We know that, you know, something changes here can make a ripple effect in one side of the world, can change something in the other side of the world. Same way, the little move rook d8 allows rook b4, because now if a knight fork here, then I can go rook c4 back, attacking your queen before it was defended. Also, I was thinking, can I go and attack your rook here, which is undefended? That could also be a possibility. But rook b4, again, a tough move, you know, guys, little moves. So with the engines, when we check, rook a8 looks so natural to attack here. b5 looks so natural to open up the position. But even a strong calculator like Praggnanandhaa has gone wrong. He has played rook d8 here. And now Vidit is back in with the game. Yeah, chess is definitely cruel. That is for sure, Mayur. It's never easy, but also, guys, that is the beauty about chess. You can say that chess is saturated, that there are a lot of engine like preparation, moves that have to be played. But when you play over the board, it is completely a different ball game altogether. Right now, Pragg has played his rook to d8. Now, no longer knight b3 is a big threat, because then the queen would be really hanging and the rook is now defended. So, Vidit, what is the most natural move for Vidit here is the question. What is Praggnanandhaa's idea? Let's say I play h4. I think Praggnanandhaa doesn't even have an idea here apart from going back rook a8, because If he tries to come here on d1, again I ask, what is your idea? Really speaking, not much. There's no real idea. So I'm a little bit surprised with this move. I think Praggnanandhaa made it from the fact that he's slightly confused as to what should be done here. But let's see. What does Vidit come up with? Darshan Singhvi says such games are so thrilling and exciting. Mayur says on the board, how easy practical is it to transform one's mindset from I'm totally lost to hey, Rook D8 is an equalizer? To tell you the truth, I don't even think Vidit might have realized he's lost. Because Vidit in his mind, of course, would be unhappy. For sure, he's unhappy because he was better. And then after Rook C4, when you look at variation like Knight B3, King B2, Queen C4, Rook C4, you know that the best you can get is a draw. So that you are of course upset. But I don't think that Vidit saw a very clear-cut win for black. So in his head, it is still like, okay, the game is still ongoing. And guys, I think we are actually playing for all three results here with the last 4 moves. There is a win for Vidit, a win for Pragg, draw. Anything is possible because everything hinges on these last 4 moves. It's 36 moves that have been completed. And by the way, Vidit has played Rook to C2. He has played his Rook to C2. Once again, Queen A4, he's absolutely not worried about it because after take, this is just great for Vidit. He can go Knight D2. He has an extra pawn. He can keep pushing in this position. He's better. So Pragg is not going to exchange the queens. But now I think Praggnanandhaa has an extra incentive to play check here, to play Rook 8 because Rook takes A4 is a check in the position. Also, if Rook C4 in this position, then now B5 is super strong because this is pinned. So that does not work. You can go Rook A2, but now Knight B3 check, King B2 and Queen C1 check. And the moment you take here, I'll take on B1. And this king is tremendously weak. So actually, now Rook A8 is much easier to find than it was 2 moves ago. Because now Rook A8 attacks this and wins the queen. No, he played Queen H1. He's played his queen to H1. He's attacking H2 pawn, but okay, it's not a very important pawn. I think the idea for Pragg is that he wants to take on A4 here. And after Queen A4, he has an idea in mind. Guys, can you think blindfolded? Suppose it's black to move. I take on A4, you take Queen A4. There is a blindfold. There is a move that is winning for black there. Can you think of it blindfolded? Blindfolded matlab thoda aage. I've not made the move on the board. No guys, this is not blunder pe blunder. It's not easy. It's not easy to find these moves. I know that you can feel like the bar going up and down, but it's really a complicated position. Yes, very good. Rook A8 is the correct move and I'm very, very happy that so many of you actually found it. Rohit Bankar, Pranav Dandekar, Vishal Jadhav, Prathamesh S, Siddharth Bhatt, Om Prajapati, Arush Vupu Gandala, Dhanay Doshi, 143 Chess. Fantastic guys. So many of you actually found this move Rook A8. Vishwanath Ravishekar, such games really show how beautiful chess is. Absolutely. It also shows how human the game of chess is. Like for example, if I go H4, now take on A4, Queen A4, and this is what I was trying to ask you, and you lose the queen. But remember, Knight A4, Pragg can even lose such a position after Rook C7 and suddenly it's a mating attack that could happen here and A4 is also hanging. Because let's say if you try to defend F8, I can go and take this, and if you take here, now my rook comes and interposes. So queen h1, I think the game is still in a way, is moving in a way where anything is possible. Here the best move for Vidit is queen c4. The reason why queen c4 is the best is because now if you go rook a8, I go rook a2, and I have controlled the b3 square, because a big threat was knight b3, king b2. If you remember, queen c1 check, and then you pick up this knight. So queen c4 actually controls this very important square. But Vidit, who has now 5 minutes 14 seconds, and Praggnanandhaa, who has 1 minute left, 37 moves are completed, 3 more moves to make before 40 minutes. And you know, this last part of the time control, I can tell you, it's like this. Your heart is beating at like 130, 140. Yeah, it's beating like anything. You have to calculate. And then, like here, what has Vidit played? Queen b4. Possible. It's a decent move. But now knight takes a4 is possible, guys. Knight takes a4 is a big possibility. The reason why knight a4 after queen c4 was not really playable was because queen c6 is a nice move where I forced the queen trade there. But now after queen b4, Pragg can take on a4, and we saw this variation, right? Rook 8. So what I was saying is that your heart is beating super fast, and then all of a sudden you make 40 moves, you are rushing into the time pressure, you have few seconds, and then you reach 40th move, and then all of a sudden you have 50 minutes. What to do? You have, it's like, some kind of an earthquake has happened and things are in complete disarray. Sometimes you can't build back your position. Knight takes a4, taken by Praggnanandhaa. He's asking Vidit, what are you going to do? Are you going to defend this very sad endgame? Which Vidit could play. You know, guys, this is not like totally trivial. In fact, this has good defensive chances for Vidit. So Vidit might take a call, but right now he has 5 minutes on the clock, and he has to decide whether he should take on a4 or he should do something else. It's not easy, because now one of the key elements in front of his king has been taken away, and next move, black gets time, he is going to go rook a8 and trying to attack. Oh, he goes rook to d2 here. But what about rook a8? This was the second last move on time for the time control. 39 moves, 40th move incoming, guys. Rook a8. What is Vidit going to do? And I'm sure Praggnanandhaa is not going to exchange this. That is out of question. He's not going to take on d2 and allow Vidit to liquidate and have good chances there. He's going to play rook a8 this time. That is what I believe is going to happen. But I believed in a lot of things since last few moves. Both the players are playing. He's played rook c8 here, which is normal. He kept it on the board. Now the big threat, I guess, is knight c3, threatening to take on b1, and after queen b1 you have rook c1, pinning. Last move before time pressure. Generally, it's very tough, and I think the only move for Vidit here is to pick up this knight, rook a8, and go into that endgame, and then just sit down, try to defend rook and knight and one pawn against queen, which is 9 points versus 9. Rook is worth 5, knight is worth 3, pawn is worth 1, totally 9 points. Try to fight it out and hope for a draw, because if he does anything else, he is in trouble. And that too, Praggnanandhaa will not have 50 minutes. Yeah, let's say, I think it might be a good idea to try something totally offbeat here, because Pragg has only 45 seconds to find the win. But if he makes a huge blunder here and Pragg finds the move, then after that 50 minutes more, it's just what I said, right? You made a blunder and you have all the time in the world, but you can't fix it. So 3 minutes 47 seconds for Vidit. Really important, the final move before time control. What is his choice? Tanmay Sonje says, why not rook a2? Well, Tanmay, that's a good question, but after knight c3, you are in trouble. This is hanging, rook is hanging, and if you play now rook here, then rook a8, I come from here, and you are lost. So rook c8, Vidit has to decide what to do. Knight c3 is a threat, rook a8 is a threat. Whew. Why rook d7 is not good for Vidit? Well, if you play rook d7, then knight c3, as we discussed. Now b1 is pinned, rook a8 is a threat. If you try to block the a file here, I will take on b1, you take on b1, I come rook c1 and I pin you. So that is the problem. Now Vidit has 2 minutes 46 seconds in hand. We have a few super chats here. Rishi G says this is like a guess the Elo episode. No guys, it's really a complicated position, and with less time I can tell you it's not easy. Kasmudi Bikas Goswami says, Sagar bhai, what is the thought process of elite players when they find the difficult engine moves? Yesterday, like Magnus finding queen d1. We'll come to it. Let's discuss. Vidit goes queen e7. Wow. Vidit has taken a risk. I believe Pragg has only one winning move at this point, and it's a great decision by Vidit, because now Pragg has to find queen a8, which is not easy, and it's not even clear because there is rook a2 there. So it's not so simple. Queen a8 according to the engines is a winning move. I have my doubts. Pragg has 17, 16, 15. What will Pragg play here? Will he go king g7? Or will he go rook a8? But rook a8, there is rook d8 check. So rook a8, nice move by Vidit, by the way. Nice practical choice. I think queen... Oh, Pragg finds it. What a nice move by Praggnanandhaa. He's found this move. He's threatening here. Amazing. Amazing. Because now there is... If there's no rook d8 check and rook a2 now can be played b5. Queen a8 is on the board. Praggnanandhaa has found this move, which actually the idea was to stop rook d8 check. And now the threat is massive. Threat is knight c3 check and then queen a2 mate incoming. So you... As Vidit, you have only moved. Like Vidit has 50 minutes now, right? 50, he has also 2 minutes more. So 52 minutes. So he will think, but at the end of the day, chess to chess hai. Whether you think for an hour or you think for 2 minutes, rook a2 is the only move there. So he has blocked it here. But next, let's say Praggnanandhaa plays b5. And he tells Vidit, what are you going to do? Because your rook is now tied down. Your king is also tied down. On the other hand, now my rook is free to move. There is no back rank weaknesses for me. Praggnanandhaa finding queen a8 on move number 40 is tremendous. Yeah, I think it's maybe the clincher in a way. I'm not sure if the position is completely winning. I mean, the engine thinks so, but we know that in such games, you don't really trust the engines like fully. You have to think with your own mind here, and you also have to think what is the most human-like continuation. The position was very complicated, but I must say both players did make a lot of errors back and forth, which has made the game so interesting. Queen a8. Vidit now thinking for his move. 40 moves have been completed. You know, sometimes you are also on the board, and this is a practical issue. You have so much pressure that you need to go to the washroom, right? And many times you make your move, like the 40th move, and you go to the washroom. And there you calm yourself down. You tell yourself, okay, whatever happens, I'm going to fight back. Then you come back to the board. Then you just relax. You have 50 more minutes now for the next 20 moves. And you think to yourself, what should I play? And there are two things that happen. One is that you calm yourself down and can find the best move. The other thing is you over calm yourself. You know, you make yourself so calm that that tempo of the game is lost. And then you blunder big time again. And this happens so many times. Move number 41 in so many games is a blunder in this when there are multiple time controls. Chiranjit says, what about queen a3? Very interesting. Chiranjit, queen a3, I will go b5. The main point is that with this king here, you have to fix one of your pieces to defend, which is not great, right? Because you have to fix one of your pieces for the defense. That's never a good idea. Knight a3, Vaibhav says that it's possible. What about rook d7? Okay, guys, this is over. Yeah, rook d7. You mean to say knight c3 check? There will be knight a3. But what I'll do is I'll block you here. Now no knight a3. So then check. You may have to go rook a7, and I'll go queen f3. Okay, still it's not looking like Vidit is totally winning, right? I mean, Pragg is totally winning. It doesn't look like it. Let's say I go h4 here. How do you win? Queen takes f2. Threatening knight b3 mate. What other? Why not rook d3 in previous move for white? You mean where? Here? Here rook d3? Possible, but then I go knight c5, hitting your rook, threatening check. Maybe you go rook a3, and yeah, this was a defense. Possible. Queen f3. Maybe black is still better, but very possible. So you guys are making some good suggestions. No, time is not out. Vidit has 50 minutes. Time will get added, 50 minutes here, yeah. King a2 says Vardhan to free the king. Vardhan, here king a2, knight c3 double check is over, right? You can't do that. Knight c3 double check, and when there is a double check, you have to move your king. Once you move your king, I give you a check. It's over. King c1, queen b1. So that is not going to work. Emox Punk says Arjun ki game dikhao, but Arjun game is already done. Arjun drew today. Surya Ganguly won. So Indians have done pretty well until now. From this game, we are sure to get 1 point. No matter if it is a draw, Vidit wins, Pragg wins, whoever. Mithilesh Nayak says Queen a3, b5, rook a2. Queen a3, b5, rook a2. Trying to, but you've made your all the pieces passive. At कहीं तो एक जमाने में white के pieces active हुआ करते थे. Somewhere around, move 30. So beautiful. The rook was in the center and the queen was very centralized. And now look at them. They are horrible. And here maybe just queen e4 and maybe rook c1 later is a possibility after the queen moves, and it's better. By the way, Vidit after queen a8 is still thinking for his move. He hasn't played it yet. He's thinking what to play. Meanwhile, while they are thinking, I want to tell you that today is Republic Day, and on the Republic Day we have two offers which are going on for you. One is, if you need, this is the last time that I want to tell you this, please do check it out if anyone is interested. We have three things that I want to talk about. Firstly, we have t-shirts that are available ChessBase India with Indian flag and many different designs. One free on two. You can see these are some very nice designs of t-shirts that you can find. Is the first link in the description. It is the Republic Day offer which you can see here, the Great Republic Day offer. And also Vedika's chocolates are available, 3 and 1 free, and also these t-shirts. Apart from that, we also have Pragg versus Magnus. Today we launched chess course, and chess course was launched. The main book was launched a few days ago, but also the workbooks have been launched, and it's an amazing series for someone who wants to learn from scratch. It's an entire curriculum written by an Indian author named Praful Zaveri, who is a FIDE trainer and a very, very proficient teacher and author. And I have been recommending this book since a long time, but now it has been completely made together in the form of a book, 7-book series. The main book is worth 2,000 and each of the workbook is worth 1,000. So the total cost is 8,000. But for the 5 days, it is at a discounted price of 50% for just 4,000 rupees. So you can get that until 31st of December. Do check it out if you want to get it. If you are serious about chess improvement, I would highly recommend that. And it is available all across the world. You are in the US, you are in India, you are in Europe, you are anywhere outside India, whatever are the shipping charges, that will be there. But you will also get it at 4,000. So please do check it out. Okay, guys, coming back to chess, and let's focus on the game. After this move, queen a8, white to move. Vidit is still thinking. We have here Flashbin who says, hello Sagar bhai, it's been 10 months since mods on board. So me and Joy planning CBI mods versus subs this February 5th. And we need your permission. Well, it's no permission. Yeah, like you can organize, and if I can make it, then I'll try my best to make it there. 5th Feb is my wedding anniversary with Amruta. 8th wedding anniversary. So please do go ahead and you can organize it. Oh, by the way, rook a2 has been played by Vidit Gujrathi. Vidit has blocked the check there. Sriram says, Sagar, if two Indians are facing each other, it always becomes a nail-biting encounter. What is the unique thing that you note in the match of two Indian players? I do think that there is a psychological element involved when two Indians are playing. Because first of all, they know each other. And I know for a fact that Vidit and Praggnanandhaa have at some point worked with each other. You know, like all Indian players at some point have worked with each other. They have, collaborated. They know the styles. They are talking. Praggnanandhaa sometimes calls him like Vidit Anna. I don't know if he calls him Anna or not, but Pragg, many times these youngsters call them like Bhaiya and stuff like that. So there is a lot of emotions involved between them. They have helped each other. Like Vidit might have helped Praggnanandhaa at some point, and Pragg would have done that. And then suddenly they're playing on the board. The dynamics are different. It is different. Also, I feel that somehow many of these youngsters have been do put a psychological block on their opponents when they are facing, because these youngsters have been touted as such big talents. Like imagine everyone's talking about Arjun right now, and he's such a, now imagine that he's getting invited to some tournament. People are going to be like, I don't know about Arjun much. Like if suppose today Magnus is facing Arjun, he doesn't know about him much. There are not many games there. So you do have this psychological block, not just India versus India, but also the fact that when you face youngsters, it does exist. There are some players who enjoy playing youngsters, but not everyone does. Chiranjeev Bhaskar says sold out aa raha hai t-shirt. Okay, I'll just check. Maybe which design are you checking? Maybe not everything. Rahul Rajan says, can we buy half the books? No, either you can buy all 6 workbooks, or you can buy the main book, or you can buy both. You can't buy 3 workbooks. Maybe at some point we'll try to do that. Queen f6 or queen e5 for Vidit to trade rooks. Well, right now he's played rook a2, so it's black to move. Harshvardhan says, why not white sacrifices rook for black knight, and white has majority of pawns in one side of the board. He can pressurize black. That is true, but the problem, Harshvardhan, is that if you ever sacrifice like this, the first thing that will happen is your king is in big trouble. So although you have the ability of a majority here, your king is going to be checkmated first. So you really don't have time to push that pawn. This king is exposed. Renu Dodi says, is the merch available for children? Yes, Renu. There are children's sizes as well. Some of the designs we have, especially for children, like I love chess design. Harshal Mittal says, Sagar bhai, would you suggest buying the chess course set for beginners? Absolutely. Absolutely. It's for beginners and you should check it out. There are many videos also on YouTube. If you just type chess course, ChessBase India or Praful Zaveri, you will find many videos that I have made. You can just check it out and you can see the contents of it. If you like it, you can get it. I also did a video before the stream. It's an unboxing video in which I go through the contents. You can check it out. And b5 played by Praggnanandhaa. He fixes his knight here and he's saying to Vidit, well, I'm in no hurry. I'm going to play aram se. Let's say if Vidit now decides to start playing here, then Pragg can now centralize his queen. He can threaten here. So, you know, black is not in time. White is not in time for attack. Knight c3, queen here. Threatening here, rook can come to a8. Let's say you play rook a7. Now the point is, if you take, by the way, here, then after rook c3, check coming in with a mate. That's over. If I try to play queen b4, I just go check. If you go king b2, there's a mate. If you go queen b1, I'll go rook c1. That's over. You lose the queen. So b5, excellent move by Pragg. And if Vidit now goes queen b4 as suggested by someone in the chat, I think queen h1 could be an idea with the idea of rook c1 and knight c3. Fabiano Caruana has just resigned right now against Richard Rapport. That's a big result for Richard, who, you know, we were like, he played rook h6, take, we were here, we were talking about bishop f5, rook e4, knight f2, check. It's not so simple to convert this, but he managed to. Check, king here, king f6, a5. Wow, look at this. Black has completely dominating position. If you take here, he wanted to play h3 with the idea of h2 and rook here. Amazing breakthrough here. g3, rook g2, bishop e4, rook d2, h3. If you take hg3, I'm going h2. So a3, rook d8. Wow, such a nice move. If you take on d8, I'll play gh2, threatening queen. So he went rook b2 and then bishop f3, and with rook d1 check coming in, he resigned. Richard Rapport has won his game against Caruana. That's a big result. Also, here Esipenko still slightly better against Jorden van Foreest. Daniel Dubov and Grandelius Nils. Wow, Nils is better and Nils might score a victory over Daniel Dubov. Coming back to Praggnanandhaa versus Vidit Gujrathi. After b5, Vidit has to think. He has 40 minutes on the clock, 46 minutes for Praggnanandhaa. Ron Craig says, chess helped me in competitive exam. Sagar, please ask chat who was the first Indian to win Rajiv Gandhi Khel Ratna Award. Who was the first Indian to win Rajiv Gandhi Khel Ratna Award? Was it Vishy? I know that Vishy Anand is the first sports player to win Padma Vibhushan, but I'm not sure about Rajiv Gandhi Khel Ratna Award. Animesh Kumar says Pragg was under pressure for last couple of games, but kudos to him to have put Vidit under immense pressure. Yeah, true, Animesh. You're right. Everyone's saying Vishy Anand, but I'm not sure, yeah, if that is the right answer. It was KBC 1 crore question, Shiv Shom says, okay. Anand has won so many awards. It is difficult to keep a track. He's won Arjuna Award for sure. He's won Padma Bhushan, Padma Vibhushan. Padma Vibhushan is maybe the third highest civilian award, or the second highest, I'm not sure. And he was the first sports player to ever receive it, Padma Vibhushan, and it has Sachin Tendulkar and everyone, even before them, he got this award. And so a lot of people do mention that Anand should be given the Bharat Ratna award because he's truly contributed in a big way for India becoming, well known all across the world. Today, I think a lot of people in the chess world, not just chess world, but everywhere, who have even the faintest idea about chess know Vishy Anand, and he's been a great ambassador for our country. Okay. Second highest is Bharat Ratna, third is Padma Bhushan. So it's the second highest, Padma Vibhushan. Just an anonymous person says, I feel bad for Fabi. He's the most dangerous in poison pawns, the most feared, but not in form lately makes me sad. True. He's not in form, but also, guys, sometimes this commentating stint does make it difficult to play chess well. Yeah, Anand struggled after his commentaries in the World Championship, and then he finished last at Gashimo Memorial, and now Fabi is also not playing at his best form in the World Rapid and Blitz. Sheikh Basit says Padma Shri, Padma Vibhushan, Padma Bhushan, Arjuna Award, Rajiv Gandhi Khel Ratna Award. All of these have been won by Vishy. Amazing. Let's look at what Vidit can do here. One is Queen E5, another is Queen F6. These two moves have been recommended. Let's look at Queen E5. It's a centralizing move, but more than anything here, guys, the advantage for black is long term in nature. It's not even like immediately something is happening. So let's say I play Queen C6. Nothing special, nothing spectacular. I just improved my king, queen and rook, and I have a pawn and a knight. So the next question is, what happens if I push the pawn to h4? Then I start pushing my pawn to b4. I've already controlled my knight here. So let's say you push further with h5. I push b3 and I'm attacking your rook. Where do you move your rook? Can you go to a3? Maybe. But then comes b2, king a2, and now queen c4 check. And after rook b3, I go rook a8 and the king is weak. So this was one sample variation to show you how the attack can take place. But let's say after queen c6, I know that you want to play b4 and you want to try and put pressure on me. So I go back queen d4. Stopping your b4 plans because now I can pick this up. Suppose you go queen f3. Now I push here. You play a move like rook c4. Okay, you attack the queen. I give a check. You come up. Let's say I go h5 just for the sake of an argument. And now you go knight c5. So what has happened is, let's say you give another check here. I go king h7. I don't want to take because queen h8 check and all of that. Now you come here and you want to threaten mate in 1. But before you can do that, I give you a check. You have to come out. Now I give you a check. You have to take this. Now I take queen e3. It's a check. You can't play knight c3. I'll just chop it off. So you go to b2. I give queen d4 check. Again, king b3 is the only move. I go queen queen d3 check. You go here. And then I go rook c2 check. You go here. I give queen d4 check, you block, I take, you block, I take. So just an illustrative line as to how the white king is slightly weak, but not slightly, it's very weak. But the problem is that you can attack it only from c5 to b3, because the rook and the knight are covering checks down from here and also from here. So once the knight can go from c5 to b3, the king is going to come out and then you will have to attack him. So Pragg has to get into that kind of situation through which he can go queen d5, then knight c5 and come here. By the way, someone had told before that Vidit will play queen b4. So kudos to that person in the chat who said queen b4, because Vidit has played queen b4 in the position. Sahil Dadwal says, what happens if instead of b5, black would have gone rook c1? It was possible, Sahil, but after queen b4, now your knight is hanging, and if you play b5, I can take queen takes b5. So that's why he first played b5. But now Vidit has gone queen b4, and what should Praggnanandhaa play here? There are many possibilities. Let me ask you in the chat and see what are your thoughts here. Black to play. Advait Vibhute says, guys, 3,400 people watching and only 2.2 likes. Please do like this. Yeah, actually, there were many more people who came during time pressure, but no one liked the stream. So, guys, if you are enjoying this, please do like it. Many more people would be recommended to see this, and it would be nice. We have another small Nagesh Anthati, who's been backer of Indian chess for 8 months, says, great job, Sagar bhai, more power to you. Thank you so much, Nagesh. That's very kind of you for being a member for so many months. Let me see what are the options that you guys have suggested here, because I'm very interested to know that what is it that you have suggested. So let's see, chat chess moves. The move that you are suggesting is queen c6, queen h1, rook b8. Oof, rook b8 I think is a little passive, don't you think, guys? Why to move the rook there? Queen d5 I like, active. Rook c5 I don't like because of queen takes c5. Knight takes c5, rook takes a8. So here are the... Yeah, I'm back. Sorry, I had a small disconnection there. Sorry, a small... So I was talking about the moves that you all have suggested. Please do refresh the stream, and please let me know if you are back. So here we were talking about this position, and now queen c6, we were talking about this move, and I think it's a nice move, but on its own the move does not do much to promote any idea. So let's say if I go h4, you eventually have to decide what next plan you want to make. Maybe you want to put your queen on e6. Looking here, that is a possibility. The other option here is queen h1 that was suggested by many of you, and I really think that this is the move that Pragg could be thinking about. Why is this move a mistake? Can you tell me after queen b5 what should black do here? Black to play. Why is this move a blunder? Harsh says, what was Vidit's crucial mistake? Harsh, I think the crucial mistake of Vidit was playing queen takes h6. And also, I think a real error was after rook takes a4, he took the pawn. Really, he did not. Look, here is, I think, a very, very important moment in the game. Like, this. So, here, yeah, after he took rook a4, knight d7, this rook e4. I think from here it got messy. Maybe Vidit should not have gone like on this hunt for this pawn. He could have gone back queen d3. It's not 100% clear what his absolute mistake was, but it is quite clear that queen h6 turned out to be a crucial error. Rook b4 was correct. But after queen h6 take, this turned into a very dangerous position and knight c5 was played, rook c4. And here Pragg had to go rook a8. He went rook d8, rook c2. Again, rook a8 was important. Queen h1, queen b4, knight a4, rook d2, rook c8. And now this queen a8. Very nice move by Pragg. Rook a2, b5, queen b4. And now we are discussing about what are the moves, but knight c3 was the move that I was talking about after queen h1. If you take here knight c3, and even if you come here, this is hanging with a mate, so you can't go to d7. You want to go to b7 to attack this, but the queen is controlling b7, so you cannot do anything, and a2 will hang next. So you can't take this pawn. And after queen h1, what should we do? Like, let's say if I go h4 here, again knight c3 is very, very powerful. Rook goes anywhere on b2, I have rook a8 check. And if the rook goes on a3, I will take on b1, queen b1. And what is the winning move there? Just look at this. Rook a3, knight b1, queen b1. What is the winning move? After rook, again, let me show. Rook a3, knight b1, queen b1. Can you let me know in the chat? Yes, Hayes, Akash Sutaria, Prathamesh, Jay Agrawat, Safal Fazil, Aditya Jain, Target JE, Kuldeep Sharma, Paradoxical, Dhanay Doshi, Nilay Tamane, Mahendra Gadoya, Aman Singh, Ramakumar, Kamal Sharma, Singh Chef, Renu Dhodhi, Delight Daniel, Arnav Srivastav, Avinash KM. You are right. The move is rook c1. Very good. I mean, so many people are able to look at these things without me moving the pieces. Shows that you guys have improved a lot. And really, oh, by the way, queen h1 has been played by Pragg. I think Praggnanandhaa is going to take this one home. It seems very likely that he'll be able to do that. Is playing really well, and also I think his last 3-4 moves have been tremendous. Firstly, going back queen a8. You know the beauty of this, look at this. First, the queen was on c6, it went to h1, then you play it here and he goes back to a8, then he goes here and he goes back to, no, then he goes back to h1. So Pragg has gone from here to back to back. The queen is making like huge moves, and I think Praggnanandhaa's queen is going to ensure that he wins this game. Roshan Rangarajan says, I think the winning plan to break through black's defense is get the black queen on the dark square diagonal. So first queen h1, threatening knight c3, forcing white to go rook a3. Yeah, and then coming back queen c6 with the threat of queen f6. It's a possibility. By the way, Gorilla React stream says, सागर भाई आज भाभी ने क्या बनाया था खाने में? Bhabhi doesn't make food, nor do I make food. We both have someone who comes home and makes food for us, and it was simple roti, sabzi, and so on. Chinmay Mishra says, amazing work, Sagar. Live streaming these classical matches day after day must be really tiring. Chinmay, it's not very tiring, but it is great. It's great fun. Some level, yes. Depends on what I do throughout the day. If I have taken rest, then it's great fun. If I have been working, then yes, it is a bit tiring. But I enjoy it tremendously because everyone is involved. Everyone's thinking about moves, guessing the moves. It's great fun. So, Roshan says now the idea is now to go queen f6. But Roshan, the main problem is that I go f4. You give a check. I block it with my queen. And somehow you're still not able to make progress. So actually rook a3 is kind of forced now after queen h1. So we might see Vidit making this move, stopping knight c3 ideas. And now actually it's not so simple to even understand how to continue here. I don't know what to do here after rook a3. Like, I'm trying to just figure out what is the way in which you do. Like, I'm trying to think in the way in which human will think, because computer suggests queen f3 as a move. But what is the point? Do you want to win this f2 pawn? Let's say if I go here, then queen e2. So I keep an eye on f2 and I have my queen here, but I really don't have a threat. And human beings don't play this way. Human beings don't improve their position without a concrete goal in mind. They don't just say, ha, chalo, king h7 khelte. They have to need a specific reason to make a move. Maybe queen c6, f4. Rook d8, so that queen f6 is not met with queen d4. e4, queen f6, now there is e5. So it's not so simple. Let's say if I play rook c1 now. Now I take here. Now knight c3 maybe, but then there is queen e8 or queen b8 check, right? Or you can take, check, king g7. There is queen e5 check and you lose the rook. So you must play king h7, but then after queen f7, white has at least a drop. Guys, the engine might suggest that Vidit is lost here, but I have my doubts for sure. I have my doubts that Pragg can convert this or not. Sheikh Basit says, do you think this loss where Vidit was better the whole game would affect the confidence of Vidit in the tournament later, as we saw in Magnus versus Nepo after Nepo lost game 6? Yeah, I think it definitely will impact Vidit, because, even when he lost to Jorden, he spoke that, I had a good position and I was very upset that I lost there. And then he won against Nils in the next game. Same way here, he's not just lost a bad position, he had a close to super solid edge in the game, and then losing is not easy. But guys, I'm not sure if Vidit is still lost here, because humanly you are always looking at a direct way to get in. You don't play, like, let's say, just a variation from an engine. Queen f3, I play queen f4. You play queen e2. Okay? Now I'm just trying to see what to do. Let's say I put my queen here on f6 on a good square. Then you play queen c2. But what is the threat? There is no threat. Yet you are playing such a move. So let's say is there some threat here? Just trying to understand. Is rook c3 a real threat? Because then rook takes c3, queen b2 mate. Ooh, maybe rook c3 is a threat. Say h4. Can I do this? Let's check king h7 and rook a2. Crazy. Rook a2 is still there. So b4 could be a threat. Attacking here, and then after rook a2, a very nice move. By the way, queen b3 is possible, but b3. And if you take here, oops. If you take here, I'll take with the pawn, threatening to queen here, and black wins. So yeah, firstly, I think for Vidit, the move is very clear, right? Rook a3, because you have to stop knight c3. There is no other move there. और कोई नहीं है. Random guy on the internet says, I don't understand why Pragg is winning. BD is a pawn up. Correct. Random guy on the internet. The only problem is that the king is weak, and somehow Pragg has to play very patiently to make some inroads into the position. Like he has some tricks. One is the pawn pushing ahead with b4, preparing knight c3. The other one is rook entering down the c file. The other one is the rook taking the a file at the right time. So he has all this. He has to mix it up, and then he would be better. No, I think Vidit for winning the position might be a bit too much to ask. Yeah, for Vidit. But he's fighting. He's fighting here. We might go on for this game for an hour or so. Yeah. It can just keep on going. After rook a3, what about rook c4, says Karthik Shastri. Well, if you go rook a3 and I play rook to c4, I think queen b5, Karthik. And what do you do next? I mean, you can go knight c3, but then I'll take, you take, I give a check. King g7, we saw queen e5, losing the rook. And if you go king h7, then I take on f7. Any other suggestions, guys? What Karthik Ian says, what about rook takes a4 now? Well, Karthik, the main issue is that rook takes a4, b takes a4. Now you tell me, what do you want to do? Do you want to take on a4? Rook a8, you will lose the queen. Other problem is that, yes, if I had two pawns here, white was okay. But the fact that I don't have pawns, my king is just too weak. h2, f2, everything may fall. By the way, Vidit has played rook a3. Vidit has played rook a3. And Sanchit Jain says queen f1 after rook a3. Okay, interesting move, Sanchit. Like your move, actually. Has some logic to it. You want to attack this, you want to defend this. So well thought out move. But what about f4 now? What do you want to do next? Yash Gupta says queen takes h2, go. Okay, interesting. I love how you guys are coming up with new ideas. You want to give a check here. Let's say I save my f2 pawn and I play f4. If you give me a check, I will go queen d4. So that doesn't seem to work. Utkrish Podal says Pragg needs to get Vidit's queen out of b4 and get Pragg's queen to c6 and bring his rook to the b file and push the b pawn to extend further. So queen f3 is completely logical. But what is the you are saying? Acha, that's what. So queen f4, he's saying that now go back because now you want to push the pawn later. Okay. What if I block again? Then you give a check. Then you come here. And then you win this. Interesting. Okay. I don't give up my pawn so easily. Yeah. But I like your plan. Yeah. Like you want to play b4 at the right time. Let's say I go h4. How do you continue? There's no b4 here. I have queen b4. Huh. Arnab Sardar, yes. Arjun, if he wins the challenger section, he qualifies to master section in 2023. Darth Lothin says if queen f1, f4, rook c4. But then Darth Lothin isn't queen takes b5 hanging. Here, say suppose you go queen h1. Sorry, not here. Here. Yeah, right? Queen f1, f4, rook c4. Isn't this hanging? Like, you don't have any good discovered check. So let's say here I play rook a3 is played already in the game. This is on the board right now. And I play queen f3, queen f4, queen c6, and I go h4. I don't know, maybe there is queen c2 check, threatening a mate. So you go queen d4 or b4, but then there is rook f, queen f2. Rishabh Panwar says, Sagar, how are elo changes calculated for win, draw, and? So first of all, you take your opponent's rating into consideration. Then there is a coefficient which you multiply with. And generally, like let's say if Praggnanandhaa beats Vidit, he gets roughly around 5 to 6 elo points. 6 maybe. Atharva Kantute says, can you give a roundup of other games in this round? Okay, Atharva, I'll do that. Karjakin versus Carlsen ended in a draw, but it was not without action because then Karjakin wrote a tweet saying that say no to 2900, which was maybe in some fun element. But then FIDE Director General Emil Sutowski said this something related to it, which was not very kind. He said that this is quite a cringe related, something related to that. So you can check those tweets out. It's a small kind of argument that is going on. I'll tell you exactly what he said. Yeah, he mentioned that next time you are asked to define the word cringe, show Karjakin's game from today supplemented by his tweet. That's what he said. So this was a draw because they drew in like 16 moves. Anish, Giri and Duda was a very interesting game that happened in this Mykonos variation, Kal Mykonos variation. And somehow Anish came very well prepared, I think, like came with some new ideas here, but in the end, Duda managed to hold his own, even though Anish had these 3 triple pawns. So I think here the game, yeah, it ended in a draw. Although I was thinking if your f4 was nice move by Anish. Yeah, they drew here. Sam Shankland versus Shakhriyar Mamedyarov has also ended in a draw, which means that Mamedyarov moves to 6 points. Sam Shankland is on, I think, around 4.5 or so. If I'm not mistaken, Sam Shankland is on 4 right now after this game. And Vidit versus Praggnanandhaa, the move that has been played is he took on h2 after 6 minutes, and Vidit played very instantly queen d2. Surprising. He could have saved his pawn with f4, but then g3 would have hung. So he went queen d2 here. I think a few of you did consider queen takes h2, right? Many of you said it. But now queen d2 back by Vidit. Oof. So queen d2. Okay, I'm just wondering what black do. I can come back here. I can go back here, but then queen d4. Check. I mean, a block here. You don't want to exchange the queens. If you exchange this, it's around a draw. You don't want to exchange. No exchange. How about knight b6 is a question asked. But Rakshang Savadati says, how was queen d5, h4, rook c4 in the position? You mean instead of taking here, if I played queen d5, let's play f4 just to remove the f2 pawn. Rook c4. Very interesting way, but after queen d2, how do you intend to continue? You put your rook ahead of your queen. Maybe queen c6 could be an idea next. Here. Okay, queen d2. I'm just wondering what is the way in which Vidit wants to continue. I mean, Pragg wants to continue here. And the engines are shouting queen h6, but I think no human can play queen h6 as a move. I don't see that as a very serious move. I do think that he might go back to h1, he might go to h8. These two moves look very natural to me. Queen g2 says Shashank to just improve the position. But what's the next idea? Shashank, like you played it here. Let's say I even could push the pawn. If you take on g3, then maybe queen d7 here. It's fighting, but queen g2 is not at all a bad move. Just keeping the queen in the loop of things. Looks good. How is knight b6, says Ayush Patel. Ayush, knight b6, I like your move because you want to come to c4. It's actually not at all a bad move. The knight was doing a lot on a4. Can do perhaps more on c4. So good suggestion. Good suggestion. Like it. Let's have a look at, by the way, Caruana versus Richard Rapport ended in a victory for Rapport, which was a big result, I thought, of this round, because Rapport clearly a very strong player. But Caruana is higher rated than him. And Esipenko versus, whoa, what a position here we have. How do you win this? It's last move queen 6. Maybe you take on h5, right? You really don't want to break this pin because he cannot move a thing. You know, he cannot do anything. You can take it on your mercy. Like, for example, if you play king h3. There's queen e6. Okay, careful. King g3. Queen c3, check. King h2, queen c6. And maybe now you take on h5, king g8, and then queen takes e5. And you are 2 pawns up and have excellent chances to win this game. So it seems to me that Andrey Esipenko is going to win this. And Dubov versus Nils Grandelius. Somehow Dubov is fighting back. He was completely lost at some point, but he's fighting back, and who knows, maybe he'll be able to hold this position, which will be a big result for the Russian, because he was totally lost against Nils Grandelius from quite some time. Whew. Yeah, just going to take a breather from chess. Talking about chess for last 3 hours almost, or let's say 2 hours 40 minutes. Um, why was queen takes b5 bad? Knight c3, right? Or you mean here? Queen takes b5. I give a check. You have to. You can't block anywhere. So you have to go king a2. Give a check. King here. Check. Here. Here. And you lose. Satvik says, what could be a possible mistake for Pragg? I think all the moves that Pragg plays here should be good for him, including moving his knight b6 to c4, moving his queen to any square. So actually the margin of error here is not so, like, it's a sizable margin for error. And I think Pragg should be able to find a decent way of continuing here. But I like this knight b6, knight c4 idea, transferring the knight. Okay, let's see what Vidit right now has played. His move is 25 minutes. Pragg is coming down to 24. They both have to play 60 moves before their time is up. They have 16 more moves to play. So maybe the second time control might also push them under some pressure. Okay. Whew. Let's look at the game of Esipenko and Van Foreest. Queen c6. I think Esipenko will chop this pawn, then chop this pawn and try to win 2 pawns up. Daniel Dubov, oof, 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 oof. So I have managed to block this here. I want to go rook p1, but then I'll lose my knight. So I don't want that. Yeah, I think this should be winning for black, but not easy. How do you continue here? Knight a1, if rook b1, then take on a3, take on a1, and king b2. I'll win this pawn. By the way, Pragg has gone queen to h5. Pragg has improved his position of the queen, and he is angling for maybe queen e5 check, but there is queen d4. But then f2 would be hanging. No, he's going check from here, so I know f2. Hey guys, just give me a second. I'll be back in a second. Yeah. I'll just get some water. Okay, coming back here, Queen H5. I'm thinking to myself, how should Vidit Gujrathi think here? Because he is now not even a pawn up. Black has a passer here. His king is weak. So maybe somewhere you think to yourself, Queen E5 check could be an idea. So you try to block it with Queen D4. Now, for white, for black, let's say he goes Queen F5, attacking this. So always you try to attack the weaknesses. I play F4. Let's say you go back. I play E4. So F4 has been played by Vidit. Vidit pushed his pawn up. And I think now Pragg has to come up with a nice idea here. And can you tell me what should he played F4? Everyone's saying knight C3, but I think knight C3 doesn't it lose a piece? Like knight C3, Queen E5, I was thinking. Fork, pinning here. Also, you can start with just take, rook takes. And now, what's the winning move, guys? Winning move for black. Yes, Vignesh, you are right. But in this position, yeah, not in the other one. Yes, Shaibi Binoj, Aditya Bhosle, Darshan Singhvi says F4 and knight C3 for Vidit. He's played F4 at least now. Even after that, knight C3 is not possible because when I take, rook takes, here the move that you have to say is that Queen E5. Pin threatening B4. If you save, I play B4, I win. Now the next question that is told by people is that after F4, let's say I play a move like Queen H1. Now, or maybe I play a move like Queen H3. And now if you play Knight C3, that's a massive blunder once again because if I take, now yeah, sure, I don't have the E5 square even if I was on H5, but I do have the H8 square pinning here and you are lost because you go King B2 and I go B4 and you lose a rook. So F4, it still does not get the knight out and I don't think Vidit has any plans of getting the knight out. But Queen H8 is something that you have to keep in mind. But now Praggnanandhaa has a great move and I want you to think what should black do? Can you figure out what should black do in such a position? That's my question. It's about improving your pieces. Yes, rook c4, but what's the plan about rook c4? Maybe b4, yeah, you want to play, but then rook takes a4. Yes, Srinivas Ramani, I like your move. Himansh Batla, very good. Siddharth Sen Gupta, very good. Saurabh Verma, yes. So here move is knight to b6. If you find this move, brilliant. Ashutosh says Queen h8 is epic because black will cover the whole right angle triangle. Yeah, because he went from first here to here, then he went back to a8, then he went back to h1, then he goes to h8, then he gives a check here. Isn't the queen super active? Yeah, but knight b6. Guys, the main point of this move is that you want to get your knight to c4. It's a fork there. So let's say you try to move and improve with rook a6 and then knight c4. And I think the knight is in the thick of things, hitting the e3 pawn, very well positioned. So I am expecting Praggnanandhaa to play knight b6, which is a very humanish, logical move. Oh, but he goes queen f5. He did not play knight b6. He first improves his queen position, which also seems fine. And guys, soon we will have time pressure once again. It's like, you know, to chess players, if you give them, like, it's like how I do with Amruta. Yeah, like when we go for shopping, if I tell her, Amruta, you have half an hour to get something for yourself, then she would think for 29 minutes and buy on the 30th minute. If I tell her it's you have 1 hour, she would think for 58 minutes and buy in the last 2 minutes. Tell you have 4 hours, she would think for like 3 hours, 55 minutes. So it's the same for chess players. You know, you give them time to think, they will think, most of them. Like here, it's like they have 50 minutes, so they're making use of that. The moment this ends, another 15 minutes added, they will again think. So time pressure is inevitable here in such positions. That's what I want to say. What's the idea of queen f5 here? Well, let's say I make a nothing move. How do I make a nothing move is also a big art here in such position. Let's say I go rook d3, just improving the position. Maybe then check some problems, yeah, because after rook d4 I have rook a8 and you can no longer block with rook a3. Let's say I go rook b3, then maybe here knight b6 with the idea of knight c4 is one possibility. I was thinking if this is possible, but then white has a strong move. Can you find it? White to play. What is the move here? It's very strong. No, not queen d8 Shaibi. Um, yeah, everyone wants to play queen d8, but there's a better move than queen d8. Yes, Gaurav, poetry by Gaurav, well done. Also, Pulkit Rathi, excellent. Kuldeep Sharma, the idea is now rook b5. You take on d2, I take on f5. And if you play queen takes b5, I have queen takes c2. So somehow that manages to defend, but Vidit has gone queen d3 here, keeping. And if Pragg exchanges, he would still have some pull in this advantage owing to his outside passer. But as we know, with one rook, knight and king trying to hold the pawn, this would end in a draw. So queen d3. And Pragg is trying to think what to do here. Queen f6. Yeah, but every time there's this queen f6 check, I feel like queen d4. Just what next then? I don't want to trade the queens. I have to move the queen somewhere, say queen e6. Then, I mean, what did I achieve exactly? Isn't white slowly building up his position? So, yeah, maybe queen f6 is what Pragg might do, but queen d4 is there. And Pragg has 17 minutes, Vidit has 20 minutes. Queen f6, queen d4, maybe queen e7. And then you go e4, then I have rook d8. Okay. Doable. I mean, Vidit is defending very staunchly, and this is one thing you should remember, guys. This is the difference between a very strong 2750 plus player and others, is that they defend very, very staunchly. And Vidit has to do that today. He has to give his best. He doesn't know the evaluation yet. It is clearly better for black. But I think he can keep fighting. He can keep fighting. There's no clear-cut way of breaking in. Let's explore, says Sagar. What do you think is the end result of this game? No clue. No clue. Really difficult to say, because I would say that Pragg might win, but again, it's not simple, because I mean, you see, even when I'm using an engine here to think about the moves, it's not like there is a straightforward win somewhere. It's like you have to move around, and then Vidit will think of something. He'll play e4, and then you play queen e7, attacking somewhere here, then e5. Rook d8. I mean, somewhere, how are you breaking in is the question. And not breaking in, says black. Just trying to be active. That is the point. The move has been played here, and the move is check. Okay, Vidit will quickly go queen d4, because if he goes king a2, it is lost. There's a very nice maneuver here that leads to victory. What's the first move of that maneuver? Can you find it? Yeah. See, not many people are able to find it, huh? Shaurya Dhamatya, Hayes, Vibhav Goyal, Shobit Jain, Arohan Bogati. It's not easy to fool you guys, yeah? It's a mate here. So I was just trying to say what maneuver you will make, but it was just mate in one. So queen d4, and now he goes queen e7. So he's played his queen to e7, and somewhere maybe his threat could be rook c1 next, with the idea of rook b1 and queen a3. So that's not going to happen, but could be. Chintan Shaparia says engine giving advantage to black as white is playing a piece down as his knight is tied down. Yes, yes, could be. But such a big advantage. Knight can come into the game, no, at some point, at the right time. But it's not happening soon. What if Vidit plays knight c3 here? Yeah, now that he's control of that diagonal, the only problem is that knight c3, that is queen takes a3. Akshay Telang asks an interesting question. Does Pragg know that he's better here? I think most likely yes. Whether he thinks he's like totally winning, I'm not sure. He might be thinking that, yeah, I'm better, but when facing good players, the margin of resistance is very high. So let's see if Pragg is able to make inroads. Vidit has been defending very well, making it as difficult as for his opponent. Arnab Sardar says, I don't know why, but it always feels like eternity under time pressure. Yeah, under pressure. It does feel like that. And I think it's important to somehow detach yourself from the result when you're playing chess. It's very difficult because it's a result oriented game, but you have to try. You have to try. What's the question here? Max Staff says, Sagar, what if the white king was on f2 in such positions? Yeah, then I think white would have been much better with his king safe there. But here it has no pawns to shelter it. Rook a2, possible to play. Then rook c1, threatening knight c3. Yeah. Vidi should offer a draw. No, I don't think so. I mean, he will offer a draw, but Pragg is not going to take it. Both sides are 15 minutes approximately. What about sacking the rook for the black active knight? No, I don't think that's going to work. If you do this, black is just too active here. And the king is too safe. These pawns are too weak. White king is too weak. That's not going to work out. Asim Khan, what if the rook takes the knight? No, I think this, like everyone's feeling that this should be drawable, but it's like the king has no clothes, yeah? It's completely out in the open. And let's say if I go rook b8, threatening like queen f6 check, game over, yeah? You try to block it from here, then I come from this side, like queen b7, queen a6. You can't last. The main problem is the queen, is the king being exposed. Nothing is working for Vidit is true, but at the same time, I mean, you play rook a2 and then just try to hang on and hope that Pragg will try to overstretch and find a way which may not exist. And this is just very difficult right now for both players. They must be tired. They started playing at 6:30 Indian time. It is already 5 hours 15 minutes. Vidit goes rook to b3. Interesting move. No, the reason why I think this move is interesting because it has ceded the control of the a file. And if I go rook a8, and if you now go back rook a3, then there is b4. And where does the knight go? Because then there's a, I mean, where does the rook go? And then there is a dangerous problem here, like rook a2, queen 7, returning b3. Could be some dangerous ideas here. So rook b3 played by Vidit, and let's see if Pragg goes and picks up this a file, because I think that is an important file for him. Mandar Junarkar says it's going to be a long game, and if they go into complicated queen end game, don't talk about that. Yeah, who knows? But we're going to stick with it, yeah, because it's very interesting for both top Indian players playing here. Why didn't play Mehul Sethi is asking, why didn't Pragg play rook c4 before? Yeah, I understand Mehul, rook c4, but when? And there were so many moments. But it was never winning as such for Pragg. Does Vidit go knight c3 after rook b3? Here? Maybe. Maybe that's his plan, yeah? To play knight c3. Interesting. Interesting suggestion, guys. So if let's say I go let's say queen f8, knight c3, now rook c3, rook c4, queen d2, knight takes, rook takes, and I was thinking of queen g7, but then there is a check here and king h7 and check here. So that's not going to work. It will be a perpetual. But you can play check, king b2, rook b4 or rook a4, rook b4, king c2. And in such a position, the white king is terribly weak. Let's say rook a4, threatening rook a2, and this is going to be big trouble. So rook b3, rook a8 needs to be played by Pragg, who has 12 minutes on the clock. Vidit has 15 minutes. I mean, if Vidit is able to hold this position, no, somehow, that will boost his confidence a lot. But again, I think it's not so easy to hold this. I didn't expect that this session will go on so long, but yeah, rook a8 has been played by Pragg. Great move by Praggnanandhaa. He has put his rook there, and I think Pragg putting a lot of pressure on Vidit now. What next? Some big check, some big disco checks coming up. Knight c5, knight c3. If you were to ask me who will win now, I think it is Praggnanandhaa. He has one backup pawn, got his queen in the zone. He's played very maturely. I think Vidit will go rook a3 back because the rook is defended by the knight. But then Pragg might go b4, attacking this. Then you go back rook a2. Then you go here so that the knight can move. Let's say e4. And knight c3. Let's say knight c3. B takes. queen takes and rook c8. In such a position, the white king is terribly exposed and will get checkmated. So it's not done. By the way, Vidit goes back to a3. And now Praggnanandhaa, who has just 11 minutes 30 seconds, needs to decide should he push the pawn, dislodge the rook from the a file, and give a deadly disco. Arnab Sardar says, let's check out other games also. Well, Arnab, there are no other. Okay, Esipenko versus Van Foreest is going on. But as we had discussed here as well, what happened was he took on h5 and then took on e5 and then queen c5. No, I would analyze this position in more depth, the other position. Somehow it's quite difficult right now for me to analyze everything. Meanwhile, Nils Grandelius has managed to win a piece and is totally winning here. So Grandelius would beat Dubov. Oh, he goes rook d8. He didn't even think of playing b4. He went rook d8. Now he's attacked the queen. I think queen e5. Okay. So these are the three games going on. Vidit Pragg, where, by the way, rook d8, queen e5 has played. How is this positionally lost, by the way? So if you take rook e8, yeah, you want to play this? Could be possible to play this. Let's say knight d2. I play this. Pawn up. Okay, let's also look at a few games in the challengers and see what's happening here. Very surprised with Surya Ganguly winning. Okay, Erwin Lamy is fighting it out against Rowan Vogel. And Arjun Erigaisi drew with Shuvalova. Was a good result for Arjun, considering the position that he was in. Do you think, guys, Pragg will exchange the queens or he'll move the queen? What do you think? Rin1034 says, how many hours do you sleep nowadays? I am getting good sleep these days. I sleep for roughly around 8 hours. 7 to 8. Some days I don't get sleep and I wake up in like 4 or 5 hours and then I sleep again after doing some work or reading something. I'm trying to sleep more because just trying to recover from COVID. Exchange, move, exchange. Yes, I said that very surprising that Surya won that position because Jiner could have continued playing that position. I mean, should not have resigned. How about queen b4? It's possible queen b4, but no threat, no, because queen b2 is covered. Shashank. And I don't know, maybe Maybe you have some ideas like rook d1 now. Let's say I go rook a2, and you go try to go rook d1, then check, king here, check here, and then this is a counter attack and you get mated, so you have to play king f8. Yeah, maybe black is just um, I don't see how queen b4 has a direct way, and also white has this perpetual idea. So oh, he took with it, took back. Surprising decision, but I think makes sense because somewhere now you have a very clear cut plan of how you want to continue playing. And so after take, let's say rook e8 now, threatening to take here, and then e3 is weak, and then g3 is also attacked. But suppose I go knight c3, you take, I take, and you play rook e5. Now, such a position I would say is strategically winning for black because firstly you have a passer, secondly white pawns are isolated, and the king can come in to take the pawns. Yeah, now it's not so much about time pressure because they have to make 9 moves, but they have 14 minutes and 7 minutes. Generally, without queens, it becomes easier to handle time pressure. He's gone rook e8. Uh, so rook b3, rook takes e5. So well played by Pragg. From being like 2 pawns down, he is now a pawn up. So he's won a lot of pawns of white in the uh, last few moves. No, I think this position is not easy to hold here because imagine that the black king starts to come up like this. It can be just quite dangerous. Knight a3, trying to attack here, possible. So knight b6 here. If I play rook takes, take here. To find such resources, you have to be on the edge of your seat. Yeah, you can't take it lightly. Like if he takes on b5, you take on e3. It takes on, he has threat on b6 like here, but I also have threat on a3. So in that way, seems good. Srijit Tarale tried to write knight with an N. K is for the king. So if you write kb6, kc4, it means the knight. It means the king. But this, okay, he's played knight a3. It has happened. Well, now he's putting pressure here actually. It's not so simple. And what does Praggnanandhaa do? As 6 minutes, he has to play 7 more moves. Yeah, Anish drew. So he's on 6.5. No, I think not knight b6 not the only move, guys, because you can also go like king g7. And if I take here, then you could take on e3. And if I take with the knight here, then you can play knight c5. Once again, hitting the rook. And if you go rook here, then knight e4 or d3. Yeah, even knight c5 is possible here, because after take, 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 and this is over. Take, take, sorry, rook b3, take c5, knight a3. Yeah, today, I mean, I spent some time at my parents' place before the stream, because it was my mother's birthday. And then my brother's son, who is very young, like 4 years old, I was running after him, uh, you know, playing football and playing with him. And so by the time I came back home, I was like, okay, I'm a bit tired, but generally the commentary streams these days of Tata Steel last for like couple of hours or 2.5 hours max. And I was like, okay, that would be cool. All of a sudden, here we are, 3.5 hours later, and the game is getting intense. So I have to really see. But it's like, for me, this is very important to finish, because it's one of the most exciting games. By the way, knight a3, knight c5 was played by Pragg, which is not a good decision. He could have played king g7. He thought, now with it, I'm forcing him to take. So he'll take on e3. And with it now takes on c5. No, no, no. You take on c5, that's over, right? So just take here and take here. That's over. 2 points up. That he won't do. So with it goes knight to c4. The knight c5 here, c4. Maybe knight c5 is not a bad decision. But after knight c4, rook e1 check, king b2, and knight e4. Okay. Now if Pragg can win this pawn, he will have 2 extra pawns. Harsha says Esipenko Van Foreest game is over. Esipenko won. Yeah, he was better. Ninado says, Sagar, why don't you include official tournament links in description? It becomes easier to follow other game standings. Well, Ninad, I have put links of ChessBase India reports in which there are all the links. So every day we have a report there. You can check that. Arn, he goes g4 now. knight e4 g4, and Vidit is hoping somewhere that he's able to hold on to his one pawn, but I think somehow you lose that pawn, right? Like, let's say you go rook g1, knight e5. Maybe not easy to win it, because if you play f6, g6 hangs. Mm, I'm just trying to figure out what is the most effective way for black to attack this pawn. Rook g1 is one, rook f1 here, rook e2. Many possibilities here, but I think somewhere that positionally Vidit is in big trouble, massive trouble, because if he loses this pawn, he's just lost. Lose g4 pawn. The two pawns. I mean, he could even sacrifice one knight for one pawn, but then black is left with another pawn. Pragg has only 4 minutes. Yeah, Vidit has 13 minutes. Namish Jain says trade a set of pawns and sacrifice knight for pawn. That is the plan that Vidit wants. But how do you trade one set of pawns? Black's not going to trade. Samad Gandhi says there are some chances for a draw. Yes, of course, there are some chances, but looks difficult. Looks difficult. Akash Katkar says, what about Karjakin tweet? I think what Karjakin tweeted was more for fun, just light-hearted, and not sure if he meant it seriously. There's 3 minutes left. 3 more moves to make. So we're on move 58 now. Goes rook e2 check. How does he find such moves, Praggnanandhaa? Rook e2 check. Didn't even get it. Like, for example, king c1. How did it change anything with this check? Maybe it pushed the king off on the last rank. There's one achievement. So check. And now, where do we go? King b3 or king c1? You can't go king b1 because check and who's your rook? Well, my only question is, Vidit goes king c1. Like Pragg, I think he just wanted to cut the king off before going to g2. Just fair enough, a very smart decision by Pragg. Will it pay off? Check the Dubov game. Okay, let's check Dubov versus Nils game. Oof. And Dubov has managed to hold this. How did he? How the hell did he do it? So Dubov is in big trouble here. So you see these mistakes happen best in the business, yeah? Okay, 7. Knight g5. Okay, he's winning still. Rook f5 was not a good idea. Because of check, king here, check, king here. And if, let's say I would have played rook f3 here, or I don't know, let's say I go here and you give a check, check. And here Dubo seems to have held the game. So rook f5, rook check, check. Ooh, the game is still going on. Now maybe Dubo wants to win. Earlier it was Grandelius who wanted to win. Sensing his opportunity, he shunned the threefold repetition and has played rook check. Look at Vidit Gujrathi back. I think that one's going to end in a draw. After king check on e2, king c1, knight f2 was played and g5. I think Praggnanandhaa can round up the pawn, yeah, in maybe a few ways, but oh, he goes king g7. He doesn't even try to win the pawn here with knight h3 and rook g2. Goes Praggnanandhaa goes king g7. Now Vidit has some chances, and one of the moves is knight d2. Just improving the position of the knight, also stopping knight e4. Rooks can get traded. I mean, the knights can get traded. Oh, he plays knight d2. Good move by Vidit, taking control the e4 square. Let's say if I go like knight e4 and you take and I take and I play king d2 and somehow I can move two more steps and then my king comes in and this is a draw. So Pragg doesn't want to exchange the knights, and he also has king g7. Vidit has not played knight d2 yet. He didn't play it. Yeah, sure. 3,000 people here with me. Everyone super fresh, yeah. No one tired. Oh, I was just thinking, yeah, like here, I go rook e5. Just thought. Give a check. King here. I take here. You can't win this pawn. That is the problem here. And I can bring my king in. You can't do that with black. So king g7. Let's see what Vidit does. Inado says, in this position, how to decide whether to trade the knights or rooks? I think any endgame is drawn with single piece if you are able to hold this pawn. Like, say, for example, a rook endgame. If my king is coming closer, white's king, it's a draw. And also the knight endgame should be a draw. Like, for example, we saw here take, here, take. So in a way, it seems like black should not exchange any minor pieces. Praggnanandhaa should avoid the exchange of any pieces, major or minor, and try to keep both the pieces so that he can win the g5 pawn. So I don't realize how Pragg will try to do it after 92, because the 92 has another idea to activate the king, like king c2, because then the king is not cut off on the last rank. And Vidit has 8 minutes 28 seconds. It's the last move before time control. Pragg has 2 minutes. Meanwhile, guys, today we have a special offer that is running on first link and the second, where you can get chocolates, t-shirts, and also a chess course book. Since I made the announcement here, a lot of you have got it. That is what I got to know from my team. And if there's anyone who would like to get these books, who is interested in learning chess from scratch and wants a very structured curriculum, chess course is a book that you should definitely check out. It has one main book and 6 workbooks, so do check it out. It's the second link in the description, and in the first link in the descriptions there is an offer on ChessBase India t-shirts, which you can get over here. It is buy 2 get 1 free. Basically you have to buy 3 and you get the third one free. And for Vedika's chocolates, there is buy 4 and get the fourth one free, so buy 3 plus 1. That is available on ChessBase India. This is the first link in the description. You get all the options there, and if you would like to have them, please do check it out. Also, the third link in the description is our ChessBase and Mega database. Anyone who's keen on being a tournament and ambitious player can check that. And the fourth link is ChessBase India premium chess set, which all of you want to play over the board can get it. Coming back to the game, after knight king g7, 6 minutes 22 seconds left for Vidit. He's still thinking, hasn't played his move. Sagnik Chess says, is there any chance of you redeeming yourself and start playing professional tournaments again? What do I have to redeem myself for exactly? No idea. Okay, by the way, I have just one question. Let's say you do knight d2, I go knight e4. Let's say you take, I take king d2, here, king e3, here, here, oops, sorry, here, here. What should white play in this position? White to play. Hemant Kumar says, you look so tired, take rest. Sometimes I'm tired, but then like there's a phase and maybe that tiredness goes and then I can do it again. So now I feel a little bit better. Dinesh KP, Sagar, just a humble suggestion. In premium chess set, why not do the branding on the back side and not on one of the squares? I'd love to buy that way. Yeah, we thought about it, Dinesh. It was something that we discussed to put the ChessBase India logo at the back of the board instead of on one of the squares. But we thought that it doesn't look bad, it doesn't impact. And generally, if you go to some tournaments as well over the board, the tournament organizers do have their logo there. So it's a common thing that happens in the chess world. Yes, by the way, king f3 is the move here. Very important, yeah, because this and this are the two corresponding squares, mind squares, you can say. So the mind squares में पहले जो पैर रखता है वो उड़ जाता है. The one who puts his foot first is in trouble because now I come here and you can't defend this anymore. So you have to move and I'll pick this up and I win. So I go king f3 and if you step on here, I come up. Now it's fine. If you go king h5, I'll take on f5. f6, logical move. I take, you take, king here, 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 draw. ऐसे करके draw हो जाता है. By the way, after king g7, Vidit is thinking for so long. This is the final move of 6. He'll reach 60th move, so he's thinking what to play. Dubov blundered again. Okay. Oh my god. So it was a draw right here somewhere. Just giving checks. Check. Check. King d4. Knight f7. King d5. Rook h5. King e4. Rook g5. King f4. Oof. Guys, can you find the move that wins for black now? Black to play and win. All other moves were draw here, like something like e6, rook e6. Everything was fine. But king f4 is a mistake. Why? Yes, Shashank Thakkar, Samvit Kane, Vardhan Dongre, Samir Sangam, Madhav Menon, Harshit Arora, knight h8. And the problem is that next move I'm coming here, no matter if your king moves, this is hanging and then this is hanging. So it's over. This time I think he'll win. Check h5. Yeah, it is winning. Well, you need some care here to win. But essentially you are a piece up and you have a pawn here, so you should win. Ah, Vidit goes knight d2. Well done, Vidit. That was a good move by Vidit. Faisal Iqbal, I'm always confused in chess notations. Please, any tips? You have to sit down and learn them. It's not tough. Just imagine 64 squares. Say it a few times properly, practice, have someone show you, point out to squares where you can practice. I think it will be very useful. Yeah, 92 is played. Tomorrow is an off day, I think. Yeah. Yeah, tomorrow is an off day. Knight d2. I'm wondering how. Shashank gives an idea, says, I became more comfortable with chess notations after repeatedly seeing from the black side because that's intuitively tougher to learn. Okay, interesting suggestion if someone wants to try it out. Do you guys have chess sets that come with wooden chessboards instead of chess mats? Tamish Sehgal, no, we don't have that right now, but we will introduce it at some point. Yeah, Rahul Kumar Mandal, Sagar Kabhi Tanya ko bhi bulao. Yeah, I would ask them. Even Samay now started streaming, so I'll ask him to join at some point. I would also ask some other people to join, but often, everyone has been busy with a lot of things that they are doing. So, but now that the tournament is ending and it's getting quite intense, it'll be interesting for people to join in as well. By the way, I must tell you guys that this position is getting very exciting in a way, because whether Vidit can hold this or not is the question. Firstly, we noticed that once the knights are exchanged with knight e4, knight e4, rook e4, king d2, king coming up, gives white great drawing chances. So, also the other thing which we saw was even the rook trades like this leads to a kind of a drawish position here. You can't attack this pawn so easily. If you play f6, then this one pawn is left. This should be also pretty drawish. So you can't exchange pieces. But if you can't exchange, how do you build up on this? So I want this knight to be placed on e6, where it can attack here, and then I would like to go from rook h8 to h5 to attack this pawn twice. By the way, 60 moves have been completed, and the last time control has been added, which is 15 minutes. This is the final addition of time. After this, there will be no more addition. F7 can also become weak, says Pranav, but Pranav, how do you attack F7? Like, you go rook B7, where does your knight reach? Your knight can't go anywhere to E5 to attack this. It doesn't look like you can attack that. G5 also, like, once the white king comes somewhere here, it's an easy draw. The fact that the king is a little bit far off and is cut away gives black chances. Sarvanan, yes. Ruchir, but that's a good suggestion. I should ask Sarvanan also sometimes to join me. VD time. Okay, it's 0 because 15 minutes have been added, right? So once he makes his move, they will get added. Many times, there is this interesting thing that happens in the chess clock, is that once the time control is reached, some chess clocks add time instantly. Like, you have 40 moves, you were left with 2 minutes, and then you cross it, then you get 50 minutes and your time becomes 52. Other chess clocks are like, you run down the time to 0 and then 50 minutes are added. So in the latter case, many times you are very tensed कि 40 moves हुए कि नहीं, because if you let your time run down and 40 moves are not made and it's zero, you lose the game directly. So it's a lot of people are under stress for this 40 move rule when they have very little time. Sometimes they make more moves. But this has been a fantastic game, like a fantastic fight between two Indian players, and I mean, we couldn't have asked for more, right? Anyway, there was an increment of 30 seconds. Okay, let's try to analyze this position a bit and let's try to get to the depth of it. Suppose I give you a task to analyze this position. So how would you analyze it? Firstly, we have realized that exchanging knights does not help because take, rook takes. It does not. So for example, I go king c2, you go knight e4, rook e4, king d3. This is quite an easy draw for white. I just maybe play rook b2, rook g2. It is not possible for black to win this. Even if you try to get your rook in, like let's say rook g2, king f8, you want to get your king in like this. I go king d4, rook here. Let's say king comes here, and then I can hold with the king. So that is the first thing. You realize that I can't let him exchange and get his king activated. Okay. The other idea that we were discussing is to get this knight here. Let's say you play king c2, I go knight h3, you go king d3, I go check, you go king d4, I give a check. And let's say you stay here. Now I go rook h8. I want to come here and attack this pawn. But you go king e3. And then when I attack here, you go knight f3. And somehow, once again, white is able to hold it. So I'm not also able to make inroads from this side. Very difficult. Hardik Shah ordered chess set few days back, got one white knight extra and one black knight was missing, but after writing, team responded well, thanks. Well, our main aim of doing anything related to chess here is to provide good quality material to you, be it softwares, books, or chess sets, and that you can make use of it. I mean, what would be the point if we sold you something you can't play with? So that has always been one of the things. And at ChessBase India, everyone who works really wants to make sure that you have a good experience with playing chess and using ChessBase products, ChessBase India products. So how sleepy are you, says Sarvanan? Hello, Sarvanan in the chat. Uh, yeah, it goes less and less. Yeah, after a point, King b2 has been played here, and the king moves up. I think till some point it becomes like really tough, and then it gets easier. So now I think I should be able to do it. It's like this fasting thing, right? In Jainism, there is something known as Paryushan, and there are people who want to do like 8 days without food, yeah, just water, no liquid apart from water, sometimes not even water they drink for 8 days. And I realized that the most difficult period for them is somewhere close to third day, fourth day. Once they overcome that, then the last 2-3 days are pretty easy. So I think I've reached that stage now. I feel much better. Let's try to think about this more. Like, let's say rook h8. Okay, I want to somehow attack this twice, but the moment I attack it twice, you're able to defend it also twice. So then I don't see how Praggnanandhaa is actually winning this now. Although the engines are very still optimistic about Pragg's chances here, but I'm not so sure as to where the win is. I have fasted for 10 days before, only water. First few days are the worst, says inner words. Sarvanan says better to go rook e3, g3 and knight h3. Okay, let's try it. Rook e3. By the way, Pragg has played his move. He's played rook c8, cutting the king off. But let's say rook e3. Then you go here and you want to attack here. And in that, you're also stopping knight f3. So let's say I come here. You go rook g3. And yeah, very interesting plan suggested by Sarvanan, because now this is a strong idea. Okay, you have knight e4, but then rook g4 is there. So let's say rook a5, knight h3, knight e4, rook g4, and then is king d3. Somehow he's starting to defend from here. So maybe not attack from there, but from where then? Not clear, not clear. Like if you go rook g2, maybe king c3. Maybe rook here, and now threatening knight h3 so that there is no knight e4, and knight f3 is met with rook check, and here you lose. So if you go king c2, knight h3, knight f3, and rook g3. True. This is very interesting idea suggested by Sarvanan. Actually, very nice setup, that you go from here and you try to attack here, and then you put your knight here and you try, but you have to be a little bit subtle, try to attack. Okay, rook c8 was played by Pragg, and Praggnanandhaa can revert to that plan at any point. That is the thing. He doesn't need to just hang in there. He can also go to e8. Later he can move to e3 and so on. If you win this pawn, then you are winning in any endgame. Rook endgame, knight endgame. Yeah, right now I think Vidit has uh, defended pretty well. You know, this commentary session is interesting because on one hand we are analyzing this very tough position, and in between I get people who ask me like, Sagar, when will you become a GM? And I'm like, then I have to also question my life decisions at that point. Guys, let's stick with when will this game end rather than asking when will I become GM. So I don't have the answer to both the questions right now. I don't know what time this game will end. So knight d1. And I think it will become interesting when both players run low on time, like both have couple of minutes left. But right now 7 minutes for Vidit, 12 minutes for Praggnanandhaa. And Pragg has actually, this is an interesting check, because now he is planning to perhaps go to e3 to f5. That could be one idea. I don't know what the knight does on f5, but it's a good square to put your knight on. Prabodh Prakash says, Sagar, can I play a game with you? You will have some easy ego boost. Prabodh, what do I do with the ego boost? But at some point, definitely, I would love to have you on stream. By the way, Prabodh is the person who has uh, just mentioned that he will sponsor one chess player for a year uh, and support them for 10,000 rupees per month. So that is 1,20,000 rupees for a chess player. And we have been trying to, we found a player who's going to be helped with those funds, and that player is going to get grandmaster training, which I will write about in a few days. So thank you so much, Prabodh, for that. King a3 has been played. Vandan Patel says, Sagar bhai, ek video bana do about chess as a career. Well, it's there on Vidit's channel. Yeah, he made one very nice video. What are the possibilities of chess as a career? But the question is, why did Vidit go king a3 and not b3? Can anyone tell me? Why did he not go king b3? Any reason? Asim Khan says, Sagar bhai, how can these players concentrate even after hours? I'm tired of just watching. Yeah, sometimes, when you go to some seminar and you are listening in the audience, as a listener, you go off to sleep, but the speaker is full of energy. Yeah, he's always talking like, and playing does give you some sort of adrenaline while playing the moves, so at least you don't feel sleepy. But yes, your brain does get tired calculating. You can imagine it to something like writing an exam, which is like 6 hours constantly thinking and writing. And I think sometimes when you have done that in a tough exam, when you're writing, you feel tired after it's over. And I think in many of the games, chess players just feel very, very tired after a game. And they even collapse. And but I think here it's all about also your preparation, how much physical fitness you do. And I think both players, at least especially Vidit, works a lot. I'm sure Pragg is also beginning to do that. Uh, no, Rook B8, Rudradev Biswas, beautiful. This move, D chess, Kanha Kumar, very good. There is Rook B8 check. And if you see here, now this square is covered by the knight. This is beautiful beauty about chess. You go king c2, suddenly knight e3 fork. If you go king c4, suddenly knight e3 check, here again a fork. So then anyway you are going to be pushed away to the rook 5. So that's why Vidit instantly went rook a3. And he said, okay, anyway I'm going there. Now look at this variation, guys. I just want you to focus on this. Knight c4, knight e3, rook attacked. So rook d3, check. And I was talking about this when we were exchanging on e4, correct? But now we have exchanged on c4. So after king b3, or let's say I don't go king b3, I try to defend this way. What will happen now is I'll go rook c7. And then when you go king b4, I play f6. And you take, I take. And this endgame should be winning for black. So I'll go g5, and the king is cut off by 1, 2, 3, 4 files. So you will not be able to get a Philidor defensive position. Okay, let me explain it in a more simple way. Imagine in this position here, after king b2, you went knight e4. You take, you go king c3, and now I go rook e7, you go king d3, I play f6, you take, I take. This is a draw. King is cut off only by 2 files. So let's say I go rook b1, you play g5, I play check, you play king here. A very important move, king rook g1, stopping you from pushing the pawn. You go rook e5, and now I go king d4. Again, very important. Imagine that in this particular position, yeah, you play the move king d2. Okay, just for the sake of argument, here, and now rook b1, I go g5. Now if you give like check, king g6, rook here, rook e5, this is winning for black, because now you can't attack this rook. So when you go king d3 up, I go king f5. If you go here, I have a check. If you go here, I play king g4, check, king h3, king d4, and now rook a5 with g4 coming in. Once the pawn crosses the middle of the board, it is winning for black. This is a small thing to remember. These are some very important rook endgame things that can help you. Let me see if you have any questions related to it. Jaisal Krishnan says, hey Sagar, if the knights are exchanged, is it a draw? Jaisal, this is your answer to it. If you are able to cut the king off like here somewhere, then yes, it's a draw. If you are able to get, if the white king comes closer, it is a draw. Aman Sharma says, thank you Aman for your super chat. Hi Sagar, big fan. Just ordered full size chess course of Praful Zaveri from CBI site. You will soon be leading the chess world thanks to creators like you and Samay. PS, got COVID today, but your stream keeps me going. That's so good to know that you got the books. I hope you will solve them. The best thing I like about these books is the fact that in those books there are boxes where you can solve and write answers. You know, you don't need another notebook. So you solve and then you write the answers and you can check it. The answers are behind at the end. And if you do all the books and workbooks well, I'm sure you will become a stronger player. And take care of your health. I'm glad that this stream is helping you to keep yourself going. I think everyone here is fighting in this stream. Like I fought sleep for some time. Vidit is fighting an inferior position. Pragg is fighting in this tournament. He was on 2.5 points. Life is a lot about fight, yeah. Chaitanya Pagidamari says, what are those books? It's the second link in the description. It's Chess Course by Praful Zaveri. I also made a video, just few, like it will be the first one on ChessBase India, unboxing of the 7 books. So you can check it out. Life is unfair, yeah? For what? Life is tough, yeah, but you say life is unfair. Of course. Oh, by the way, king a3, Pragg goes knight e3. Guys, this is happening. I think game is over. It's over. Because this, I get a feeling that when Praggnanandhaa did this move like rook c8. So classy idea, yeah. King b2 and now rook c8. I really like this idea of Pragg, because what he did was he cut the king off first, and he said that, and I think rook d5 was not a good move by Vidit, because it lands into all these hits by the knight. I think Vidit should have played rook a5, just moving the rook there, and it's much more difficult to win this. So after a check like this, let's say I go king d3, you go knight e3, it's not a check anymore, and then I can just move my knight away. So somewhere I think Vidit did not play it well, and rook c8, now knight e3, rook d3 has been played, and guys, rook c4 check, knight c4 check is over. Faisal Iqbal says, I started playing chess again and want to start from beginning. What should I do? Please suggest. Yeah, well, if you have some money to spare, then you can get chess course. If not, then there are many things available on YouTube and on ChessBase India, and it can be very useful for you. Swapnil Telang says, fighting is only a thought. If you love what you do, like you do, and me too, there is no fighting, for only some problems to solve. Yeah, very nicely said. By the way, knight c4. And now, guys, let's say I don't take it, okay? You go king b4. Take. And now, very important, because if I play f6 here, why is this a mistake, guys? Can you tell me? White to play and draw. White to play and draw. Come on, guys. You can find it. Yes, Sarthak Shah, Dinesh Saha. Dinesh Saha, it's not rook e7, it's rook d7. Atharva Parmar, Ryuzaki, Prathamesh, Anmol, Eagle Eye, Lingam, Shaibi Binoj, Arpit, Raj. Very good. That is the move. So here I give a check, I force you back, and then I win this pawn, and it's a draw. So no f6. First things first. I play rook c7, so that then there will be no checks. Okay, you try to stop f6. I play rook c6. You play rook here because you want to give check. Not so simple. So simple, yeah. You keep fighting. By the way, in the game, rook c1 has been played by Pragg. Pragg has gone down like this. What is Praggnanandhaa's idea? Is he saying to Vidit that he's in a zugzwang or what? No, not really. Like, I can go rook d5. How is Pragg going to win this? Is the question. Or do I need to go rook d5? Let's first wait, no, with king b3. Because my only worry is that I can do this. But you have rook c5, forcing me to passivity and then f6. So actually, I need to keep my king on b4, I feel. I think Vidit should not move his king away from b4, controlling the c5 square. Because that is an important square from which he can attack and make the rook passive and then get the f6 break. Once the king is cut off. So just one thing to remember is that in such positions, if I get f6, let's say at the right time, say you go here, I go here, you go back, I play f6, you take, I take. This is lost for you, completely losing position. So you want to keep your king here so that the rook doesn't come here. Um, Rook c1, and now Vidit has to figure out what to do, right? Because Vidit can wait with rook e2, I think, which is a good move. And if you go here, I'll play rook e5. Ah, black to play and win, guys. What do you do? Can you figure out what should you do here? Black to play. Very nice move again. No, guys, not f6. क्या कर रहे हो? Who is the only person who has given a smart answer? Let me see. Mark Regev. Well done, Mark. Samarth Gandhi. Mohit. These are the people who have given the right answer. Shashank Thakkar. Mohit Yadav. Manoj Kumar Divakaran. So now f5 is winning, not f6. Those who said f6, the main problem is rook e7, pushing the king back, and gf6, draw. But f5, now if you take en passant, I'm very happy. And if you give me a check, I'll go back to the last rank and I'll win your pawn. I'll have 2 extra pawns. So that's the thing. Now rook c1, it's an interesting moment, guys, because it's like 2 versus 1. If you can just transfer the king here, dead draw. It's only because the king is cut off. And I'm not still 100% sure if this is lost or winning. We have to analyze it carefully. And I'm actually wondering what Vidit might do here. In a way, if you think about it, guys, a great event for Vidit might, this loss might jeopardize it, because he's been playing so well until now. But now this loss to Pragg, of course, not expected because Vidit had white pieces, so he was in very good form here. And the second thing is that tomorrow is a rest day, but day after tomorrow he plays Magnus then. So here Vidit would be trying his level best to try and see if he has any chances to hold this. Because the threat is this. And then it's done. Yeah, like for example, let's say you go rook d3, I go rook here, you do this, and now if I do f5, gf, king f6, king c4, check. And the problem is if you go here or here, I give a check and I exchange the rooks and I win the pawn end game after shouldering. So rook c1, and with it is now down to 2 minutes. Pragg also is down to 2 minutes. The game is getting super exciting. Let's see what. विनय अग्रवाल से सॉरी सागर भाई, बट अभी बहुत नींद आ रही है भाई. विनय प्लीज सो जाओ. सॉरी बोलने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है. प्लीज टेक रेस्ट. Naishal Javeri says 0 chances to hold now, bearing a blunder. Sure, barring a blunder. Don't you think engine should give only results such as draw, win, or win? Well, they do. They give evaluations. Why not rook g2 first for white, says Kana Kumar. Well, that's the thing, no? If you play rook g2, I just do f6 directly. And then this position should be winning. Like check here. rook g2, like you stop me from pushing the pawn. uh how do I continue? Maybe rook c7. If I go king here, king f6, check, king here, rook g2, king f5, check, king e4, rook g2, rook g7, and you allow the king to come in, but you first hit him and then g5, g4. So okay, here Vidit played rook a2 here, and he went king g8, rook a8, king h7, rook a2, and king g7. Okay, this is triangulated a bit around here and there. What is the table based evaluation? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Okay, it is possible to put it in the table basis, but let's think on our own. King g7, you know, if I go here, f6 is a problem. If I go this way, then this is an issue. Like, let's say if I go rook a7, king f8, I don't know, maybe king b3, and there's rook c5. So I can't move the king as well. Maybe rook d7, rook g1, rook d5, king e7, king is coming here, king c4, king e6, rook b5, and now rook f1 with the idea of rook f5. Withdraw. King g7, rook a7, no, king g7. This is where we are right now stuck at, and Vidit is thinking he has only 26 seconds left. Eight, 7, 6, 5. Vidit needs to play, yeah? And he plays it. He plays his rook to a5 after 35 seconds left. And now, how do we continue? Because you know, this rook g1 is like a very stupid move, because it allows the king to activate itself, which you don't want. You have managed to cut the king off and you have to figure out a way. So one idea can be rook f1, and after you go king c4, go rook f5. If you take, I take, and now you are not able to reach f3, which was the mine square, right? Because here king g6, you anyway lose a pawn, and with two pawns there's no tempo or anything. Yeah, like, so rook a5 has been played, and I think if Pragg can find this rook f1 to f5 maneuver, he's winning. He has 2 minutes to find it. Oh, Pragg goes king f8. Maybe he wants to bring his king out like this. Is it better placed? And if a check comes, then Cherupali Shrikar says, please tell us about other games anyway from Africa. Lots of love, Sagar. Well, other games में तो आज decisive में Rapport beat Caruana, Esipenko beat Van Foreest, Dubov lost to Grandelius Nils, and now Praggnanandhaa beating Vidit. Rook A7. So no Rook C5 here because the king is there. Can we go Rook G1? Because Rook A5. And now once again you have to go back and cut him because otherwise his king starts to come. He was king E8. And now Vidit goes back Rook A5. Okay. Maybe Pragg has to move his king now. Because you see, Vidit has to move his rook away. He cannot move his king away because Rook C5 and he loses the pawn. Cannot move his king up because Rook G1 and the rook can no longer protect it. He has to keep the king on B4. Once you have to keep the king on B4, you can't play rook here. You have check and you lose the rook. Can't even play rook here because you just lose. King D7. You see, Pragg is slowly coming up. Yeah, Pragg is playing really well this endgame and he understands it. Once you understand it, it's like, you know that you know what you want from this position. You can just keep playing and you'll figure it out. King E7. You see now again zugzwang for white. Because we know the king cannot move because Rook C5 is very powerful. So the rook has to move. And we also know that rook cannot move here because this hangs. Rook cannot move here because this hangs. So you have to move your rook away. Let's say Rook A5. And then I go King E6. He goes Rook A2. Now King A6. But now, okay, by the way, guys, it's only 74 moves, yeah? Nowhere even close to 100. Rook A5. Now, how to win? I think the best and the easiest way is Rook F1. But that is Rook F5. And King F5. So Rook A2. Yeah, once you have to move your rook, which is done, then king comes up. And Pragg is thinking he has 1 minute 20 seconds. One minute for Pragg. How do you win here? That's the question. I think one simple way is to get the king up here, and then you will win this pawn. That's the simplest way. If you go rook g1, there is rook a5. First king e6, I think. Just very sorted. And you can see both players now playing on their last few seconds. 30-second increment. Vidit is actually making moves on his last 3 seconds. He's played king e6. That's good. Now Vidit can block it. But only for some time, right? Because the moment he does this, then rook here and here seems good. Rook a5, yeah. And now I would be interested to see if Praggnanandhaa, because giving up this rook f1, thank you Ishan Shukla, I'll be just, I think the game will end in like 10 minutes now. Rook f1 and rook f5 is very powerful. Yeah, he did it. The only thing to be a bit worried about is whether the king can come closer. But here I don't think it can, to make it anything relevant. And Pragg is now threatening rook f5. If the rook moves away, then rook takes g5. If rook f5, he plays rook a6. King e5, king f4, and I win this pawn. So 18 seconds for Vidit. Well, he has to figure out a way of how to deal with this move. Doesn't seem to be possible. Yeah, we played. Rook f1, rook 8, rook a6, check, king e5. Check here, king f4 should be winning. "38 seconds for Praggnanandhaa after check. Thinking about what to do. He wants to play to e4 or f4, because if he goes to e4, then rook f5 is possible. But if he goes to f4, he can go to king g4 next and rook f5. Both seem to be winning, I think. Yeah, he goes king f4. Pragg is playing king f4. Now it's time to get your king in. Important. Yeah, he got his king in. Now king g4, king d3, then rook f5. And if your rook takes rook, king takes, that's just lost on endgame. Arjun Erigaisi has drawn today, guys. Surya Ganguly has won in the challenger section. In the masters section, we had Anish Giri drawing his game, also Magnus Carlsen drawing. The real fighting games, um, have happened with Caruana losing to Rapport, Esipenko beating Van Foreest, Dubov losing to Nils, and Vidit now losing to Pragg. Oh, Vidit resigned. Vidit just resigned. this position because he was losing 2 pawns. It's not even a question of going into any kind of 1 pawn advantage. He just said, okay, this is over. King goes here, rook comes up, and I'm going to lose the g5 pawn. So Vidit Gujrathi has lost, and that is a big dent to his tournament aspirations here to finish at the top, because well, Praggnanandhaa was not a player against whom he would have thought he would lose with white pieces, especially the fact that Pragg has not been in his top-notch form here. But Pragg saying that you cannot write me off, and maybe this is the new, we might see Pragg really doing well in the last 3 to 4 rounds now that are remaining. So let me just pull up the standings for you guys so that you know what has happened and you can understand things. But before I go to the standings, let me just prepare it here. So let's first check the standings of the Masters section. Just getting that up. Yeah, it's the thing about chess, like you guys think that they should be, Pragg should let Vidit win or something like that. That does not happen in chess. In fact, once when Amruta was having a great tournament, she was paired with me. Even I had to beat her. And I can tell you that it was not the most pleasant feeling. Yeah, guys, I'm back, and sorry about that. Yeah, Amruta cut the internet there. Uh, and we are back. So, Magnus, I just read this out. Magnus on 7, Anish on 6.5, Mamediaro on 6, Richard Rapport on 6, Esipenko 5.5, Karjakin 5.5, Vidit 5.5, Caruana 5. And this is the standings here. Anish Giri is world number 5. That is very cool. And also in the challengers section, we have this. Arjun Erigaisi is still leading with 2 points with 3 rounds to go. So most likely he will be able to win this. He still has to play Yuan Thai-Dai-Wan, who is on number 2 spot. And he has to play against Erwin Lamy and Mark Andrea Morizzi. So he has good opponents to face, but I think Arjun is very likely to win this. So these are the standings and some very good games here that happened, especially a big result in the open, the Masters section was Praggnanandhaa beating Vidit, and phenomenal play by Pragg. Actually, I should mention that after being 2 pawns down in the game, to come back in this style requires a lot of determination. So a big congratulations to Pragg. And good night, guys, for staying back till uh, the end. It was a great stream. I would say we got to learn a lot. And tomorrow I'll make a video on the Pragg versus Vidit game as well. There's a lot to learn from that. And Yeah. Well, it happens. I hope Vidit comes back. Tomorrow is a rest day, and day after tomorrow, Vidit will take on Praggnanandhaa. Vidit will take on Carlsen. And lastly, if there are anyone who wants to finally just make sure to take advantage of the Republic Day sale, it's the first link in the description. Check it out. You also can get Vedika's chocolates, which have a very nice offer right now. You buy three and get one pack totally free, and t-shirts where you can get two buy two and get one free. This is the first link in the description. The second link is about chess course. If you are looking for a book to learn chess from scratch, a proper curriculum from how the pieces move to everything, then this is a good one. Where is a book, there are also workbooks, 6 workbooks, one main book. Cost of the entire set, main workbook is 2000 rupees, each workbook is 1000, so the total cost is 8000. But there's an offer from today until the 31st of 50% off, so you get it at 4000 rupees. It's a good idea to get it. It's by Praful Zaveri. It's something that we have kept on our ChessBase India platform since a long time. We love these books, and we are glad it's come in a new format inside a box. And I've done the unboxing video, which you can find on ChessBase India. So do check it out. Also, some of the very nice t-shirts on ChessBase India are the following. So do check it out, and if you like. If you have any questions, please do let me know. Ashutosh says books maybe buy two and get one. Kar dete. Like, yeah, maybe I will do something on that books front at some point. But because we have like the India based t-shirts, we thought on Republic Day it would be nice to have something related to t-shirts there. Technical Guruji ko takkar Sagar bhai. That unboxing, huh? Yeah. Although he unboxes electronic gadgets and I unbox chess books. Vandit Manchanda, thank you so much for following. Akarshit Jain, all the best to you. Have a good night. Um, Hello, sir. When king was at e6, Pragg can play f6. Raj Gupta. Maybe check, no? Then Raj, like rook a6 check. Should be winning, but why to do that? He just played rook f1. He was planning rook f5 and he would have won the g5 pawn for free. Another Grandmaster Chess episode soon. Not sure, Samat. Maybe I have to plan it. Uh, Ishan Kulkarni says Sagar want to give up chess after seeing Vidi lose and practically having no chance to even come in top 3 anymore. What to do? No, but why? And for Vidit, it is a journey. It's not just this tournament. He will play in FIDE Grand Prix. He'll play, if he wins there, he has chances to qualify to the candidates. And also, it's a personal challenge for him. Like he has right now still to play against Magnus, against Mamedyarov. Um, Sorry, these are the new standings against Magnus, Mamedyarov, um, Karjakin. So I mean, there's a lot to play for him, and I think we should just be positive. Such losses are a part of every chess players and sports players' life, and they just accept it. For him, it may be tough tonight, but then he has Alon Greenfield with him, who is his coach. They'll go out for a nice dinner and then discuss about what strategy to apply against Magnus. I think that's how life is, right? No matter how many times you fall, you have to pick yourself up and keep fighting. And I think that's what Vidit will do. Yes, there are chances of him finishing in top three or less, but beating Magnus on my birthday, that could be something. That could be something. Not easy, but let's see. Okay, guys, take care. Priyanshu Sharma says, why t-shirts so costly, Sagar? Why? They are not actually, Priyanshu. I'll tell you the reason that we could have made cheaper t-shirts for 4.99 or 3.99, and then the quality is bad. But these are really excellent ones. We've been selling it for over four years now, and we have had no complaints ever in terms of quality, color, or anything. And I think it's much more important for us that people like what they buy rather than just making them buy something. That's the same approach we have taken for our chess set, for our t-shirts, for anything and everything that we do. So if you do decide to buy it, it's for sure that you would love it. I wear it every single day almost, so I enjoy it. Rishi Chaudhary says your interaction with people in chat and analyzing game is excellent. Sagarbai, thank you. Yeah, I was a bit tired today, but hopefully tomorrow, day after tomorrow, I won't be. Samad says excited about opening prep of Magnus against Vidit and how Vidit bounces back. Yeah, I know. We are all looking forward. You always have to look forward to things. There are people who lose out on many things. In fact, do you know the story of Karoli Takak? It's a very nice one. How about I finish today's stream with that story? It's on my favorite book. Let me read it and then we end. So the book is called The Habit of Winning by Prakash Iyer. And yeah, it is one of the first few stories over there. The next time you watch your favorite sport on TV or read about the stars of the game, it might be a good idea to participate in a little sport yourself. Try this. Get inside the minds of the sportsmen, get into their shoes. Take a peek into inside the psyches of all those sporting heroes, the record breakers, as well as the favorites who lose out. Also, the person who drops a catch or misses a penalty or loses after a good tournament against his compatriot. Think of what must be going through their minds. This could be a fascinating game. Sports is a terrific metaphor for life, and there are several sporting stories that inspire and motivate us. But perhaps none more so than the tale of Karoli Takach. You may not have heard of him, but his life story is worth a listen. Karoli was a sergeant in the Hungarian army in 1938. The 28-year-old was country's top pistol shooter, having won almost all the major national and international championships. He was by far the favorite to win the gold medal at 1940 Tokyo Olympic Games. Then disaster struck. At an army training session, a hand grenade accidentally exploded in Karoli's hands and blew it away. His shooting hand. Not only did his entire Olympic dream crash, he also lost a limb. Why me? Caroli could have excused for asking the question most of us would have asked. You would understand it too if he wallowed in self pity. An understandable reaction for someone after such a tragic turn of events. You would sympathize with him if he were to become a recluse, a living example of how fate can devastate the best laid plans. Oh no, not Caroli. He was made of sterner stuff. Instead of focusing on what he had lost, his right hand, his potentially gold medal shooting hand, he chose to focus on what he still had. He had mental strength, the mindset of the winner, the determination to succeed, and yes, a healthy left hand. A left hand which he thought he could train and transform into world's best shooting hand. After a month in hospital, Caroli went out and, away from the glare of the world, began practicing to shoot with his left hand. 1 year later, Caroli resurfaced at the National Shooting Championships in Hungary. They were taken aback that Caroli was there to compete with them. And compete he did. In fact, he won the championship just 1 year after losing his right hand. He won with his left hand. Caroli's decision to practice quietly away from scrutiny was significant. It's easy for people to ridicule you for dreaming big. It is also very easy for people, for you to stay afloat in your misery or for a sympathy wave laps at you from all over. Unfortunately for Caroli, his Olympic dream remained unrealized for a while as two successive games were cancelled due to world wars. In 1948, Olympics came to London. Caroli was chosen to represent Hungary in pistol shooting events and he won the gold, shooting with his left hand. Imagine being a gold medal favorite, losing your shooting hand, yet picking yourself up from the shattered mess, training your left hand to shoot as well or better, and going on to win the Olympics. 4 years later, at the Helsinki Olympics, he again won the gold. This is what champions are made of. Don't lose yourself to self pity. Pick yourself up quickly. Momentum is the key. Caroli was back on the practice range a month after the accident. When you are down, think like a boxer. If you are knocked down, you need to stand up in 10 seconds or less. One extra second and it's all over. It's a great book, by the way. The Habit of Winning by Prakash Iyer. I love the stories in it, and I hope that you all are inspired with this. So let's call it a night. After that, take care, guys, and be positive. Bye bye.